I mean, he can con you and he can speak to your eyes and he's conning you. And if you listen to Antije, even people like Jirongo, if they're still with us, these are people who understand William Ruto inside out. We have nothing wrong bringing all hands on
Lisbon. What you need to do, Lisbon, please. This is Tony. You're talking so well. You know, the problem is, I 100% agree with you. We have the man on the ropes. And you know, a lot of people, if you notice, there's one man I blocked from State House on the line. You know, the one thing, everything you're saying, I'm listening. And I also know this last speaker has asked you a very important question. Why have, don't bite more than you can chew, right? Because, you have to, once you decide what to take on, you must take on what you can win. And all I can say is this. For example, okay, let me say it. I don't have any problem. Everybody is saying we can be online. Let's be online and listen to the court. But who can stop Kenyans from taking a walk in Milimani? Do you understand? That's not the issue. The issue is that when you're planning a strategy and you're planning a legal matter, a lot goes beyond it than being on Twitter. And what Tony's been trying to tell you is that when the Kenyan people called upon me on this Adani matter, the amount of time and energy I put behind it, I actually now appreciate why people want to elect Oki Omtata to be a president. Because the amount of work he must be putting on petitions that he has done before is incredible. It is, and it is just by law provided. It's not that it's the amount of work that you put together to make sure that you don't leave anything wrong or behind. But let me also tell you something which is also true, is that it becomes impossible when your case is so strong and so good that it is impossible for it to go on. And as I've told you, and all I can tell you is that who are the parties in the case? And I want to repeat, the petitioner is Tony Gachoka. The co-plaintiff is Kalonzo Musyoka. The co-plaintiff is Eugene Wamalwa. The fourth plaintiff is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta through Jubilee. The respondents to the case is Friend Gatia for the Kenya People's Union. That's all I can tell the country. Tony?
And you know, TG, when we voted for this ridiculous government, they said, oh, they had such a wonderful call. State capture, we shall have a commission of state capture. Within a year, we shall be told all the people had captured state. There's not going to be a bigger state capture than with the William Samoei Ruto.
I want to repeat something to the country. The parties supporting the Adani against the parties fighting. William Ruto, Raila Odinga on one side. On the other side, Tony Gachoka, Kalonzo Musyoka, Eugene Wamalwa, and Uhuru Kenyatta. And let the people, and let the country, let the courts decide. I am saying the court case is on 17th of October. And I have said to the people of Kenya, after all the accolades I've had from all the speakers here, and all the years of my industry, I'm confirming to the people, I've done my very best. And I can tell them that there cannot be a better petition before the High Court. There cannot be better parties before the High Court. And when it's dark enough is when you can see the stars. Someday the sun must rise. So I'm saying that is okay. We are before the High Court. But I'm guaranteeing anyone who is listening that I'm not careless, foolish, stupid, naive, or any of the above. And I just thought today I needed to reassure everyone. It's such a dark day. And then I have to leave because my lawyers are worried I'm speaking too much.
Thank you, TJ. I actually agree with you. We shall again meet on Wednesday, same time, 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. But, there's a brighter day. Brighter days are coming. That's all we can tell Kenyans today and all our listeners. that we did not just sit down and come up with a petition. It is a solid rock petition. It is a solid rock petition. I remember telling TG we need to do something about shift. Then he told me, no, but okay, is doing it. So thank you, TG. Thank you, all our listeners. TG, back to you. I think we can wind up.
I want to wind up by telling people something that I heard from Dr. Martin Luther King. He said that I was in New York City autographing the first copy of the first book that I had written. When this diminished woman came and asked, are you Dr. Martin Luther King? And I said yes without looking up. The next thing I felt was a blade come within 1 inch of the aorta of my heart. And the next day, the newspapers revealed that if I would have sneezed, I would have died. I received many letters from all over the world. I received a letter from His Holiness, the Pope, but I have forgotten what that letter said. I received a letter from the mayor of New York, but I have forgotten what that letter said. I received a letter from my friend Mahatma Gandhi, but I have forgotten what that letter said. But there's a letter I received that I will never forget from a little girl. It says simply, Dear Dr. King, I am a 9th grade student at the White Plains High School. And though it shouldn't matter, I read in the newspaper of your misfortune and that if you had sneezed, you would have died. And Martin Luther King the other day said, if I had sneezed, nobody would have ever had the victory at Magad. If I had sneezed, you would not have seen Parker Jones, you would not have seen Montgomery and the work of us as Black people to be free. And then on that day, when he walked into Memphis, he said, like everybody, I'd like to live a long life, for longevity has its place. But, you know, I've been up the mountaintop, I've looked over, and I've seen the promised land. We may not all get there, but I know we as a people will get to the promised land. And on that day, we will sing on those mountains that we are free at last, and thank God Almighty, we are free at last. Anthony Moravi and the people of Kenya, one day we shall sing, we are free at last. And thank God Almighty, we are free at last. May God bless you, may God protect you, may God abundantly provide for all of you. And may we pray for the 17th of October that we can draw some blood and begin to give hope to the lady who said today, please give us a sign, Almighty God. Amen and good night. My name is Tony Gachoka. This has been a special edition of Point Blank.
Wakichoka wakilala, watu wa Kenya wana take over. Watu wako Kenya wakichoka wakilala, watu wa diaspora Australia wana take over. Watu wako US wakilala wakichoka, watu wa UK wana take over. We must sustain this. The space must not close. Tuache hii idea that all of us want to host our spaces kila mtu yake. No, let us pull together. And Hillary, if anybody agrees with me, allow me or give you the power to engage with every other person that is hosting these spaces. Let us have one space where these issues, we talk about them day and night for the next 1 week. Like I said before, I have seen people talking about Mashujaa Day being the day that we occupy. Let us not rest. Remember, I talked about the story of the fall of Jericho. This is the moment. Hii kama Ketraco wameshachukua. Funding model ya universities wameshachukua. Chief ndo hiyo wamechukua. Hata Adani, I can tell you, Kenyans are being treated to at some theatrics. That thing is gone. So we can't wait for 7 days. We must sustain it on a daily basis. Hillary, bring those people on board. Let us have one space where millions, where Kenyans in their millions will be able to articulate these issues, and we can be able to sustain the anger. Bonnie, send us those numbers that you've cracked down. We have a team that is. Somebody
Sorry.
muted me.
Yeah, it was by accident. Go ahead.
So I'm saying, Bonnie, send the information that you have, those numbers, all those contracts. We can prepare them as short videos with good graphics that can be distributed and disseminated on WhatsApp through different groups so that we can be able to put William Ruto and his people out of State House ASAP. We can't afford to wait. Good people, let me land on that point. Let's take views, let's take comments, let's take questions. But like I've said, Hillary, start talking to these people. Let us have one space effective today. And one space that will not be closed, it will not be shut down, it will be running 24/7. Because when we are going to sleep and waiting for Sunday, William Ruto and his cartels are not sleeping. They are looking at what deal they are going to do next. So, Hillary, please, Abdi can co-host and other people engage with all the other people, Akina Amenya, Akina Tony, and everybody. Let us have one space set up and invite all Kenyans. Thank you, guys. Let us discuss this. Let us agree on how we are going to act. We cannot afford to procrastinate. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Dr. Milton. I think you raised very valid questions that we all come together and pull together. I think that's very important that to do that, and I think also that Kenya is at a very dangerous tipping point. I think what you talked about is the Adani deal in the energy sector, the healthcare, the transport, and also the impending sale of JK. The list is long of corrupt transactions that benefit a few at the expense of many. This isn't about mismanagement. It is a systemic looting of the country as we are watching the national resources being auctioned off to the highest bidder. But the rest, like the impeachment motions, are all distraction. I think people are in power fights for their cuts. All this is playing out in public, I think. And Bonnie has always talked about how corruption has spread in every sector. And the rot and the worst part is that it is normalized in our country. The state is no longer working for the people. It's working for those who can buy influence and power, I think. So the sale of Kenya is happening right before our eyes. And I think you're right, this has to be stopped. Leaders have been distracted with these impeachment motions, power struggle. The people are left to bear the burden of this greed. The rot is so deep that it feels that the very foundation of the state is crumbling. And Kenya is slowly being sold off piece by piece. If this is allowed to continue, I think it will be left our country for nothing will be left for our country for future generations. Having said that, I will hand over the mic to Hillary. Hillary, over to you. Hillary, you can hear me? Bonnie, you can hear me?
Abdi, you're saying?
I was audible, right?
Yeah. Well, you are good. You are now good.
Okay.
You can
Okay,
run
go
the show
ahead.
a little bit.
Okay,
Right.
go
Go ahead. I can see Wanjiru carries hands, and we can move ahead. And I see Neto is with us. I see Professor Ucheng also is with us, so we can welcome them on board, guys, as we discuss this issue. Go ahead, Abdi.
Yeah, well, Wanjiro, go ahead. I think you had a point.
I just wanted to chime in, just say that I think we also need to be on the lookout on the strategies that the government is using against us. In the last few weeks, they've been arresting key bloggers and people like Morara on key dates when there were motions in parliaments and court cases that were very of public interest. So we need to be on the lookout because I understand the Adani court case is on the 17th of October, and we will see another drama where they will, arrest somebody either a day before, so that LSK and all these lawyers can go to court to defend this person, whereas other things are taking place. So we need to look out for these strategies, and then also these people who are being fronted to inherit the DP seat. A lot of Kenyans are, talking about their integrity and all that. And we have seen the government has put a machinery of bloggers who are countering it online. So I think, in my view, we need to also be on the lookout on the strategies the government is using so that we can be able to counter those strategies as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Anjiro. I will hand over to Anthony. Anthony, I can see your hand is up. Welcome, and please go ahead.
Thank you, Abdi. I want to start today by giving hope to Kenyans. Hope that things are looking up, because I feel there's a level of despair amongst a majority of Kenyans, because this government has actively decided to break the spirit of this nation. It is doing it in a very systematic and a very calculated way. But I want to tell all Kenyans who are listening to us today that hope is the one currency that keeps a nation alive. We cannot afford to lose hope on what we are doing. It is true what Wanziro has said, that there's a lot of diversionary tactics being used by this government. One, on the 17th and on the 18th, several things will happen. We have our Adani case in court, one that has been petitioned by Tony Gachoka and the workers of the KAA. We also have Raila bringing in all this man of shenanigans is bringing in this coming week about IBC, about the NADCO report, about how he wants police to be brought to book. And you really, if I'm allowed to say, you really have to see through this BS. Because Raila on one hand is telling the president that the cops need to be brought to book, yet he is half of the government. He does not need to tell the president. He does not need even to do a presser for that. But he's simply preparing us for next week. Next week Kenyans will have all sort of theatrics playing out on the media, and we might lose sight of the most important things. What I would urge everyone to do today is, on the Adani case that is in court, I can assure all Kenyans that we have a very solid case being argued by the likes of friend Ngatia, who's representing the KA workers. Is a senior counsel, friend Ngatia. We have senior counsel Kipe Muigai, Kalonzo Musyoka, Eugene Wamalwa, and Uhuru Kenyatta's Jubilee Party representing or conjoined in the Tony Gachoka case. So it will be quite a battle royale. We have agreed with Tony Gachoka that we will share the link to that case so that Kenyans can follow it live. And why are we deciding to do this? Is because Kenyans need a spark of hope. They need to know that somewhere they are winning. And I believe once we win on one front, Kenyans will have that rejuvenation of it's doable. Because so far Kenyans feel the bad guys are winning. Bad guys are not winning. Very soon the light will start shining for us. And Hilary, I'm happy you've opened this space, because I think Kenyans need now to start focusing on the important things. What Raila has to say is up to his business. He has direct access to the president. He does not need our permission to do anything with the president. He got that permission the day they formed the broad-based government. And Raila needs to be put to task to that. What MPs come to tell us, or members of parliament to tell us, they do not need to tell us. They have direct access to the president. The conversation that should be happening should be among us Kenyans who cannot pay school fees, mothers who are going to deliver tomorrow and have been delivering and have to pay out of pocket. That is the travesty that is happening in this nation. For all the young people who are in hospital and they are being told, you have to pay cash, and parents are going back to their pockets selling their cows. For the over 80,000 people, 800,000 people who did not join high school, that is the conversation we need to be talking about as Kenyans, because Kenyans are on their own. No one is having the conversation that we used to be having. So if we can just demarcate a line and tell the politicians, you have your cake, eat it on that side, We are not involved in that. Sort your issues. The 300 and something of you, the 47 governors and the 47 senators, sort your issues how you feel best. And we citizens of this republic, let us consolidate on spaces and speak to the needs that we are going through, the suffering that people are going through, the number of businesses, small businesses that are closing, the number of guys who have developed rental properties that are being auctioned by the bank, the truckers who are losing their trucks to the bank because construction itself is on the deathbed, manufacturers who are telling their employees will not open tomorrow and they're not paying salaries. That is the conversation that Kenyans need to be having. But is there hope? Yes, there is. Soon and very soon we shall start winning. But we need to coalesce as people and just say, whatever happens to Raila Odinga is his business. He has enough money and a battalion of people to fight his battles. Hope is the one thing we cannot afford to lose. Let us all come together, build a coalition of the willing, a coalition of citizens, what you guys call the Citizens Assembly. Let's all come together. If Hillary has opened a space, let me come in there and offer my 2 cents. If I have opened a space, you're all welcome in there to offer your 2 cents. Because it is in these spaces that we came up with the case we have with Adani. It is actually on a space where somebody said, guys, can we form a petition? And on that space, there were lawyers there. Advocate Njiru Ndegwa was there, and Kibe Mwiga was there. You have was a lady. Her name is Muero. And she put the case out there. And she said, can we do this? And Gachoka said, yes, we can. I'll be the petitioner. I'll pay for the case. And everyone else came on board. And that's how that case happened. So if we come together as citizens, for sure, we shall start winning. Once we put our minds together, we shall get solutions together. Because in these spaces, there's an entire ecosystem that is working together to win. All we need to do is task them. Once we do that, we shall win together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mridi. I know there is a light at the end of the tunnel for sure, and if we all come together, the likelihood of us winning is there. I think it's now clear Raila has moved to legitimize the deal, shows how much it serves the interest of a select few, not the ordinary citizen. I think the Adani deal is full of all the incompetence we talked about, and it truly benefits a few. ODM is not clearly an opposition anymore. It's part of this government that continues to strike these deals behind the scenes. As Kenyans, we must focus understanding this issue without being distracted by this political rhetoric. So I'll leave it there. Thank you for that very important part. And I'll hand over the mic to Reject, who has been waiting. Thank you.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Asante sana, Abdi, and also Hillary.
Reject, are you there?
Yes. Are you able to hear
Calvin,
me?
go ahead.
Yeah, we can hear you. I can hear you, Reject. Go ahead. Yeah.
Asante sana, asante. All right, so I will be very brief. I also want to thank the people who've spoken before me, Daktari and also Anthony. Yes, so wars are not won by occasional battles here and there. If you consider, for example,
Hillary, you can hear?
I'm sorry?
Yes, we can hear him.
I can hear him.
Okay. I lost somebody. Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was saying that wars are not won by occasional battles here and there. They're actually won if we're able to step back and take the whole picture and then develop a strategic plan. Perhaps maybe I can direct you guys, for example, they called it the victory plan for the US during World War II. Very elaborate, very, very interesting plan. And it worked. And so, in essence, what is happening right now, even with the question on politics, the political shift in Kenya, perhaps I can put it like this, that what we have is a brand new opportunity to completely upend whatever kind of politics we've been having, which has largely been based on tribalism, a tribal form of politics, in such a way that, honestly, if you come from a small tribe, let's say Turkana, Korea, you can never hope to be president, even if you become a billionaire. You just can't, because politics will be according to the so-called numbers, yeah? The tyranny of numbers and all that stuff. So what we have is a golden opportunity to change that completely. And the reason I'm saying this, let me use America, for example. America is usually divided between the conservatives and the liberals, largely, right? And that divide has worked very well for the oligarchic owners. And it keeps on working, even with this current election. You can see it very well, you know. But what if one day the mass of Americans wake up and decide, you know what, we're not playing that politics. We're not playing the conservative versus liberal thing. We're just Americans who want a government that works for us. What happens to that model? You see? So this is what we have in Kenya. And I like the way Anthony put it, the coalition of the willing. We need to find a way to associate, to completely change this politics. You see, that is the greatest danger to William Ruto, Rutoism, and the current status quo. That is the reason why Raila shook hands with Ruto, because he realized the great danger of a tribeless political movement. And even though, for example, I would say some of the actors have their weaknesses, like Morara and others, people who have a lot of gravitas in this issue, honestly, this is the moment to seize. So as I learn, let me just say this. Let us congregate, let us come together, let us find a way. I like the idea by Daktari of a mega space that is continuous, so that we can keep on platforming. I'm telling you, there are so many initiatives, chini ya maji. People are doing things. There are people coming up with a website for corruption tracking. There are people doing so many things. So we need a space continuous where all these things meet. And we also keep on having those conversations. And then we also delegate it in a form for each county, so that we can completely change the politics of this country. Because otherwise, we can remove the man from power, you know, but the mindset, you know, that has been since independence, that one has to go. Otherwise, we wouldn't have changed anything. I'll finish by saying that you can have a revolution without revolutionary change.
Thank you so much, Reject. I think your call is upon to change the system, not change the people. Change the system, and the system that work for us and work for everybody, and everybody can see. And now we are seeing everybody's Honorable Raila Odinga came in and supporting the Adani thing. We are seeing DP is going, and so many rumors going ahead and everything. So it is so crazy, and you're right that the system, if we leave the system, even if we remove these people, when the system is still there, then there's no any big change that we can make. But I like the idea of Anthony. I've been talking to him, and we are thinking that it is now ideal to come with the people who will bring change to the system, not the people that, because even yourself, Reject, if you put it there, nothing will happen with the same system. You'll just follow this suit, and these are the dilemmas that make us come to these places and discuss all this. Calvin, I see you. I saw your hands before Mutufani. Can you go ahead? Oh, Calvin dropped. Okay, Mutufani.
Okay, Bwana hosts, I think you need to bring this space to order, because we are risking of doing the same thing that always happens on these spaces, going round and round and round in circles. People making very nice speeches, using very nice English, very good words, but there's no real solid action to be taken. The time for speeches is over. The more we continue talking here, Ruto is making his moves. And you see he's doing them in a big way. When we're here distracting ourselves, talking on spaces that are really not leading to anything tangible. The Dr. said very nicely, he gave very nice points, very clear. We should take that and run with it. Because there are people on these places who are even, someone here who even, Akina Tony Gachoka, who want to bring in Kalonzo. Kalonzo, what will Kalonzo do? Kalonzo is also part of the system. He was there yesterday in Sarit, and people were saying Ruto must go. I want him to also join those people, if he's truly genuine, join those people in saying Ruto must go. But what did he do? He kept quiet, meaning he's also part of the people. He's part of the political class. Let's not cheat ourselves. And he has been there for over 20 years. What change is he going to bring now? So we are entertaining some very ridiculous discussions. I'm sorry. We should be focusing on, we remove this person and everything that he stands for. When people say Ruto must go, we don't mean Ruto the man. It is him and everything he stands for. It has, which most of these things have been there even before him. He was raised in that system. So it is him to go with it because he protects it. Anything that is happening in government has his blessing. And as much as corruption is going on and he's quiet, it means he's complacent. Yeah, in my language we say, hakuna mwizi na ule anachungulia. Ule anachungulia pia ni mwizi. That is also a thief. So, come on, guys. We can't be going around in circles like this. Tafadhali, let's get serious.
Nimekupata mfulani na kusikia vizuri sana. Sema kwamba even the people that we're proposing is just the same people. It's only that anayechungulia pia ni mwizi tu kama wale wanaiba. Sawa, asante sana. Nashukuru sana mfulani. I can hear the seriousness in your voice. And those are the things that you want. And that's why we put all this conversation. We will not stop conversation, but also what you're saying, we need to take action. Then also speaking here well, but at the end of the day, there's no any action. But action is there. Actually, Anthony says that people are in court and several things. There's political lessons that's going on the ground and people being, so there's a lot of things. And but Dr. Milton talked about, let this thing happen now. And I think with Fulani, you said it before, that it is right time for us to go back to the roads without looking any leader, to make sure that this system is gone. Thank you so much for that. All right, Grace,
Yeah, maybe I'll just add to it too. Also, I think what Maridi said, also Anthony, is also, allowing our anger to foster and to organize into a coordinated strategic action. I think to use the expertise to mobilize like-minded individuals to share the same frustration, and discussion emphasizes on just not venting, but also a collective action, which is happening, what Muridi highlighted, such as petition, and Daktari said protests, and the civic education campaign. All these bits have all come through social media leveraging and platforms to rally support around these causes. So I think using these spaces also to have that is very important. It translates into a world of action. That's where all this came from. I'll leave also Muridi to chime before he leaves, and then we can hear that. Thank you, Hillary.
Right. Thank you so much. I saw Grace. Grace, I can see you. Yes. How are you doing today?
I'm fine. I hope everyone can hear me.
Everybody can hear you. If I can hear you, for sure, everybody can hear you.
Okay. For me, I feel Kenyans are not serious. Kenyans are not serious, na kazi yetu tu ni kuongea mara mingi, tunaongea kila siku, lakini atu act. Unajua, when I see Kenyans argue here on this space, na waulizanga, yes, mnasema Ruto must go, and what are your plans? And I remember when Inject Party came in, so many people were talking rubbish. Sasa nakaa chini najiuliza, what do Kenyans really want? Because I think those political spaces we are creating and parties we are creating is for people like us who wants to buy. But again, the big wig parties cannot allow us to buy. I don't know, there's this question, Kenyans hawajui kitu wanataka. You are attacking people wenye wanafaa kuwa mnawa direct. And mkishawa attack hivyo, somebody like Kibaso Morara, mi hakuna siku yenye Kibaso Morara aliwahi ni force nimtumie pesa, but I sent, because I believe that whatever he's doing is for a good cause. Sasa nyinyi watu kama hao mnataka kuwatag majina, mpaka najiuliza, who is ready for nonsense? Hakuna mtu ako ready for nonsense. It is one thing, if we are sending these politicians home, who will occupy those places? And these people that are going to occupy these positions, they have to be groomed. They have to be told what to do. They have to know what Kenyans want. Sasa mi saizi hata niko confused about what Kenyans wanataka for sure. Hiyo ni number one. Number two, if you look at all these issues that are happening, first of all, mwache kutag ati me personally I'm a Luo and I don't agree. In fact, I was a big Raila Odinga sycophant. Saizi hata sitaki kusikia kitu anasema, because for sure we cannot be put in a position where we have to beg for things to happen. Saizi ukiangalia payslip yako, you are contributing almost 38% to tax. Na hiyo in the UK wana contribute only 40%, wana contribute 40% to the government. But if you look at their systems, they are all working. If you go to the hospital, medication is free. If you come to education for the children is free up to the university. Nyinyi 38%, difference yenyu na UK ni 2%. Mnaona nini? What can you say that the government inafanya yenye ina work vizuri? Hakuna, to be honest. Hakuna. Na mimi nasema tena, narudia kusema, hii maneno ya sisi kupiga tu kelele hapa Twitter, tunapiga kelele on social media is not enough. We need to occupy these places. We need to stop corruption in this country as early as possible. Because think about your children. These are the mistakes that our parents did. Look at the lives you are living. We are living like we are beggars. And this is something we should say no to. And if you see a government, you're inataka kuhold the road shows za kupeleka watu in other countries waende wafanye kazi nje ya Kenya. This is a fucked up government. And the earlier you know it, the earlier you go to the streets, the better. The earlier you go to the streets, because these people are going to fuck you up like nobody's business. If you look at the Adani deal, sasa saizi hiyo story ya inaitwaje ya energy, 90-something billion shillings. Now other countries are complaining because of Adani. Other countries, if you look at the news, if you look at CNN news, this is somebody who is known for corruption, who is known for dark deals. That is the person Raila Odinga wants to bring to Kenya. So it tells you that these politicians, they don't fucking care about you. They only care about themselves.
That's okay, but I think also using the word, I think some children are still up. So also we use. Yeah, okay. Are you done? Yeah, guys, I am saying that. You done, Grace?
I'm done. Nimekasirika, wacha tu hata nitake a breath.
Sawa. So anasema bwana, ukinapozungumza lugha ambayo as much as we're saying the truth, lugha ambayo itasaidia watu, hata watoto wakisikia wanasema these people are focused and they know what they're doing. So we're trying to maintain that respectful language and everything. You know, there's some words that you can use, and the way people are taking it, it won't talk well with our space, and we don't want that. Right, Bonnie, come in. Yeah. Bonnie Wangi.
Okay.
Abdi, can you hear me?
Yeah, maybe I can hear Bonnie. As we wait for Bonnie, I just want to cycle back to Grace. I think it is very crucial to acknowledge when leaders like young leaders like Morara and Kasamuel stray from the path of the people's struggle. I think their action may feel like a betrayal, but it's also important to offer guidance and mentorship. In moments like this, I think I agree we must not only call out the wrongs, but also create an opportunity for dialogue and trying to understand and bringing them back to the cause. I think true revolutions not only fight for justice, but also seek to uplift and guide those who may have lost their way. This is my belief. And I think we'll continue to push forward, but with an open door for those willing to realign with a fight for a united Kenya. No betrayal will weaken our resolve, and I think we should remain committed to positive change for all. Having said that, let me check on Bonnie. Bonnie, are you there? Okay, I think Bonnie looks muted. Can we bring in one of our guest speakers also, Neto? Neto, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. Thank you, Abdi, and thank you, Hilary, for hosting this space. And thank you, everyone, from wherever you're tuned in. Good morning and good evening. I joined the space about an hour ago because I wanted to listen to other Kenyans. That's why I did not want to jump first in the speakers panel. So Hilary and Abdi, allow me to speak as a former politician or as a former member of parliament. What we're dealing with in Kenya is a political problem. And we have to deal with it politically. We must get organized as the citizens who feel disenfranchised and take over political power. I have listened to a couple of speakers. Emotion is good. Emotion is good. It's good to get emotional. But I just need to tell you, as a former member of parliament, is that the politicians think without emotion. There are moments when we really need to recalibrate and use our brains as opposed to emotion. Emotion is good. It's good to get angry. It's good to get all those things. But it is important when we get into this sort of thing to now start using our brains. Politics is soft war. It is war by any other name. It is just that you do not use artillery. So I was a member of parliament in Raila Odinga's party, and I left because I was not happy with how he was doing his politics. We can be in this space and be pretending. Over the past couple of weeks, Hilary and I spoke in this space in the months of May, June, and stuff like that. When the Gen Z protests were at their penultimate, one of the things that we said and agreed is that there was need to have the Gen Zs being given staying power. The Gen Z uprising was a good thing because it gives us a chance to recalibrate Kenyans' civilizations. I will explain what I mean by that. For the longest, Kenya's politics has been done on the basis of tribe. Kenya is basically a tribal country, and however you want to look at it. And that's why, President Ruto saw that he was losing a bit of the Kikuyu vote. He brought in the Luo vote, and the country looks stabilized in his view. When President Ruto had the Kikuyu vote, he didn't give a hoot what the Luos were thinking, or those in Western Kenya. So politics in Kenya for the longest has been done on the basis of tribal nations or tribal civilizations. But one of the things that the Gen Z's protest brought, which was a very good thing, was the ability to recalibrate Kenyan politics through something, either generational or religious or something else that is not on the basis of tribe. If, for example, we are able to sustain that into the next couple of months of Kenya, I think we will be able to really, really look at a new nation that we really, really think is good for Kenya. Now, what's happening in Kenya under President Ruto is nothing that is new. It is basically extractive institutions of the country. I mean, Uhuru did it. William Ruto is doing it. The next president, whoever it is going to be, is going to do it if we do not have inclusive political institutions. Politicians believe in the basis of status quo. They do not want to do things that are new. They don't want to move into new territories that they do not understand. And I've had someone here speak and chide Kalonzo Musyoka. He's only there for now because he also wants to get his finger on the cooking jar, and you'll be surprised that when an opportunity arises, you'll also abandon all these revolutionary things, and that's what ODM and Raila Odinga have done. So that is nothing that is new. It is predictable, especially in a country that has extractive institutions like what we have. But I want to say a couple of things. Having said that the Gen Z revolution was a good thing, Kenyans must try to see, can we recalibrate our politics right now, moving forward, into something that is not the basis of Mulima or the Lake or the Rift Valley? Can we recalibrate something into politics that works for Kenya with young Kenyans and old Kenyans working together in a way that is important? That's the first thing I'd like to say. The second thing I'd like to say is that next, if at all, Hillary, you're going to host a space next Sunday, several things will have happened in Kenya between now and next Sunday. By next Sunday, Kenya is going to have a new deputy president. And that is going to be a determining moment for the life of Kenya. From where I sit, I think the impeachment of Rigathi Gachagua is going to be the law of unintended consequences. It's going to give Kenyans another chance to either reboot the country in the way that Kenyans want to reboot the country, or we will be stuck in the same old, the Murimas will be going back, coalescing around and insulting Luos, insulting Kalenjins, insulting those in the coast. So we must decide as a country and as a people what we want. It is possible to pretend that we're not going to be tribal. It's going to pretend that we're not going to do all these things. But there's going to be a clean chance next week, Thursday night. On Monday, I'm so sure, factors remaining constant, there's going to be a new deputy president, and there's nothing you're going to do about it. The only thing we can do is that we can choose then to organize ourselves in a brand new way, which is the third thing I'd like to say. We must exercise the ghost of what is bedeviling Kenya once and for all. The Kenyan problem is a problem where various nation states, the Luo, the Kikuyu, the Kalenjin, and the Kuria, the El Molo, found themselves together in a country. We then chose political and institutional systems that might not be working for us. If we succeed, for example, in having a new deputy president, which then proceeds into having other things following that, Kenyans must demand that we must have inclusive political institutions. We must create political systems that work for us. One, in my view, and I've said it before, that I do not think a presidential system of government, for example, works for Kenya. It leads into, and someone has spoken before me and said correctly, when will a Turkana, when will a Rendile, when will a Kuria, for example, lead Kenya? There are many intelligent El Molos, there are many intelligent Rendiles. When is this time and day that they can also come and say that, I'm a proud Kenyan carrying the flag of Kenya, and I want to, this idea, this vision that I have for country. It cannot be done in a presidential system where, first of all, you do the mathematics of Kikuyu Luo votes, Kalenjin Kikuyu votes. No, we must demand, should Rigathi Gachagua's impeachment give us an opportunity, we must demand that Kenya has inclusive political institutions that work for us in a way that works for us. Because right now, if you see, Raila Odinga has done something that's very despicable this evening and yesterday. A couple of weeks ago, his entire political party were against the Adani deal and were saying how this is all corrupt. Right now, he's the one who's given it a clean bill of health, and he's talking about how this has been done in Mumbai, blah, blah, blah. He did the same thing under the presidency of Uhuru Kenyatta. He criticized Uhuru for going for the loans, but when Uhuru took him to China and they were extending the SGR to Kisumu, I do not know if the SGR was ever extended. He was all good, and loans were now all good. So that's why I'm saying, Hillary, as a stop on the first part, Kenyans need to, some few Kenyans, wherever they are, I do not know, 5 or 6 or 7 people need to move together in terms of a collegiate leadership. Leadership is a strong thing. You cannot leave it in the hands of Kasmuel, Morada. I've had some few names being mentioned here. Leadership, even in the traditional African society, was collegiate. It was team-led. You cannot have a singular person moving around in the name of wanting to be your leader. It must be 5, 6, 7 people. Look, from the days of independence, a few people came together and said, look, we are not happy with how this country is moving. We want to really change the course. Look at even, the 7 bearded sisters at the House of Parliament. A few people must come together. It is too difficult for an individual, because then you cannot check it, or you cannot check him or her. We really need a critical number, 5, 6, 7, 8 Kenyans who sit down, agree that this is not where the country needs to go. It is doable. It has been done before. The only thing is that it is not painful. Where we are is not painful. No, this has happened in other countries before. We can come to expresses and say constantly that, this is a Bangladesh moment, this is a what moment. We must organize politically as a people who are not happy with what Raila Odinga, William Ruto, and other people are doing, and we must face them. We must push to have inclusive institutions. If we go to an election and we think that they've won unfairly, we have recourse. We have a good constitution that you can then use to have recourse. If we push them and you win and they have a new set of leadership, we can then put the kind of check of balances that they want for country. But I think there's an opportunity in the next coming weeks for Kenyans to coalesce, and this new leadership, I think, in my view, can emerge. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Neto, for that insight and also giving us the way forward or what we're going to do. Yeah, that we are seeing a new deputy government is coming in, or new deputy president. But what can you say? What actions we need to take? Bonnie, I think you want to come in before Calvin.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Yeah, I'm so sorry for all the troubles that I've had with connection. I wanted to echo everybody that's spoken before me, saying that we need change and we cannot wait for 2027. And I'm just going to give you my analysis of why we need to act there from an economy standpoint. All of you have heard me talk about our situation, our economic situation, our balance sheet, right? We have a lot of debt we owe as a country. And I keep talking about this debt because it impacts everything that we talk about. We can't talk about policy, we can't talk about the size of our government without looking at how much we owe, right? Today, our country is spending 60% of every shilling that comes in through tax revenue to pay interest. That's why you saw the government trying to bring the finance bill of 2024, because they realized we're in a bad spot. But the reality is that they are not doing the things that they need to be doing to be able to solve the problem, right? When you start off with giving up 60% of your income to pay interest, what we have to ask ourselves is what we got for that money, right? If you followed my analysis, you see how the money is spent. The vast majority of the money that we've accumulated actually ended up in people's pockets. So you've heard me talk about the fact that we need to audit all the debt that we have. We need to audit all the contracts that were issued by the national government, by the county government since 2013, because part of what we need to be doing is not just congregate on acts and talk about all the issues and how much money is stolen. We need to come up with a game plan for seeking prosecutions and getting our money back, because we will never be able to pay that money. When you're paying 60% of your interest, and this situation is getting worse by the day. When the finance bill failed, the government is resorting to borrow more money to cover expenses for a small clique of politicians. Do not kid yourself thinking that we are spending all this money in development. It's every year we have $1 trillion that we add to our debt to pay recurring expenditure, right? Our politicians are the second highest paid in the world. They are not interested in looking at themselves and asking, where do we need to cut expenses? And so every time you hear me talk about these issues, I want to make sure that Kenyans understand what the main issues are, right? We have a lot of debt we need to pay. We need to find ourselves out of it. But the people that got us to this mess cannot really be expected to be the ones getting us out of it. So I tell you that we have a lot of debt and we don't have a solution to fix it right now, to tell you that we cannot wait for 2027. Every year that's going by, we're adding 1 trillion in debt. So right now we're spending 60% of our income to pay interest, but we continue to add $1 trillion. So next year, we might have to spend 70%. The year after that, we might have to spend 80% of all our tax money. So if you thought the finance bill was bad, just wait until you see what they're gonna come back next week, right? It's gonna be worse than what they had, because we have a country that has a significant amount of unemployment at the age of 18 to 34, like 6-7% unemployment. These are the most productive people in the society. They are supposed to be, but they're unemployed. And if they're unemployed, but you need to pay this interest, where do you get the money? And so naturally, the government, because they're not interested in cutting the expenses, they're gonna come back and add more taxes. So, the finance bill of 2024 is not the last time you're gonna hear about more taxes. They're gonna come back to you and they're gonna ask you for more money. The lady was talking about, paying 38%. Yeah, that's gonna get worse, because, we need to solve the issue. But our politicians are not interested in looking at themselves, cutting costs, getting rid of corruption, cutting all this wisdom that they have, right? And they do not understand. It's almost like we live in two different worlds. When you read any of my analysis and you see how much money they are spending on nonsense, right? 17 billion on travel, right? 6 billion on cars, right? You can have a country where there is a 34%, like, Tana River, I give you an example of Tana River. A country with a 33% literacy rate, 67% poverty rate. So in other words, 2/3 of the population there cannot put food on the table twice a day. And with those numbers, you're seeing that county, they give a project almost, valued at almost $1 billion. And these, companies which are formed 3 or 4 months before they bid, they take the money and run, right? And this is not unique to one county, it's everywhere. So I tell you that to say that these people are not going to give up what they have. They're not going to give up this position. They're not going to give up this advantage that they have. We're going to need to basically take it from them, right? The changes that are required to fix our country, which require, for example, significant reduction in expenses for politicians. They are going to require prosecution because, like, frankly, I told you we have 11 trillion in debt. And we didn't get any value for that. We need to seek prosecution. So you think the people that did this to us are gonna wanna, give up those stolen funds? They're not gonna be interested in doing that. We're gonna have to force it on themselves. So we cannot wait for 2027. Honestly, we don't have that luxury. Things are going to get bad very quickly. If you think the finance bill of 2024 was bad, it's only gonna get worse. So we need to get involved. Frankly, I believe that we need to be talking 10% and 90%. We need to be on the streets. I 100% agree with that. We're not going to solve this issue by having a debate with these people. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. They only respond to pressure. That's what we need to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie. I think that was really a good presentation. I want to cycle back to Honorable Neto, what he said. I think I agree with him. What we have in Kenya is fundamentally a political problem, and which requires maybe a political solution. But we must take control of the narrative, I think, and push through a political means and other means available to us. However, I think there is one thing we cannot ignore. I think you talked about the emotion of our struggle, the emotional aspect of this struggle. I think those are valid because they reflect the deeper frustration of the people, as you said, and those in power have often stoked these emotions to manipulate us on a tribal lines. I think as we move forward, I agree we must balance the emotional energy with strategic action focused on ultimate goal of justice and accountability. This is and shaping the future of our country. I think I agree with those sentiments. Meanwhile, let me bring back Dr. Milton, and then we can go in that order.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to agree with the speaker after speaker in terms of where the country is and what we need to do. And I'm going to pick up from Honorable Neto's sentiments in saying that political mobilization is a tool that has been used by the political class to disenfranchise those who have a sobriety of mind and who want to deal with issues. What I mean by that is that what you saw at Bomas and what you have seen in the sham public participation during the impeachment process for Gachagua is precisely what I mean by political mobilization being weaponized against sober people, where you have a few politicians mobilizing crowds, and they are making those crowds so hostile to anybody that is sober and against what they are trying to say. And that is exactly why I do believe that we must now mobilize our own crowd. We must be able to mobilize our own people so that they can outnumber and overpower the twisted crowd that is mobilized by politicians. And make no mistake, and I like what Casmuel said. Casmuel said, in Kenya, don't walk into a political meeting and imagine that you can be welcomed where that crowd has been mobilized by somebody else. These politicians have mastered that. Raila Odinga is a master mobilizer of crowds for that purpose, and we must be able to mobilize our people. And that is why I began by saying that the first place we need to hold a serious political rally is on these spaces where we stop balkanizing and put all our spaces together so that we have people in their millions attending these X spaces as a starting point. And here is my point. Being emotional is not a bad thing. Emotions prick your conscience so that you're able to act. And they also inform the level of mobilization that you need to do to have for you to act. So we need to be able to get angry. We need to be able to get emotional. But what we do after we get emotional is what matters. So in mobilizing, we start here on X spaces, but we also take it beyond that and now move our people to the streets. I want to tell you, there is no language that this political arrangement is going to listen to. Everything you say is foreign language. And what they do is they want to lock you in a room somewhere so that they read your mind and they can manage you once you're seated across the table with them. That is why they are always talking about, we want to know who your leaders are so that they can buy you. And I keep giving an example of the sham football Kenya Federation leadership issue. They have been reaching out. And every time they call and they say, why don't we have a meeting over a cup of tea and talk? And one of the things I have said is, you're not going to lock me up in a room and have a conversation with me. If we are having a conversation, let's have it in the open. So we must get our people to reject to be addressed from top of the cars and to refuse to have people representing them masquerading as projecting their voice, because they are not. So the opportunity we have, like Honorable Neto said, is we must act now. We must mobilize politically. We must mobilize emotionally. We must mobilize financially so that we can be able to get out on the street and force these people out. And not hear me wrong. We cannot be talking about IEBC when our energy sector, when the health sector, when the education sector, when the transport sector, all of it is going. We can't be talking about IEBC. That is a distraction they are giving us so that they can go on with their deals. And then they will blackmail us, like I saw Raila Odinga's statement today, that the stability of the country is more important, and therefore we had to abandon everything. Come on, Raila Odinga, you're now in government. Now you're telling us Adani is a good thing when there is nothing good you can write about Adani, other than the corruption that stinks to the high heavens. We must be able to mobilize our people to say that the impeachment trial of Rigathi Gachagua is not going to happen. So occupy parliament and stop these people from gathering in parliament. And if they do, then we send them away. And we must be able to tell William Ruto that, William Ruto, you're not going to occupy State House when 497 billion shillings of our money is going into an enterprise you are associated with. He must be stopped from attending church. He must be stopped from attending any political rally. How we do it is by mobilizing our people. And lastly, so that I speak strategy without revealing too much.
Dr. We lose you.
We can hear him.
Lovely, can you hear?
I'm hearing him.
I can't hear Milton anymore.
Can you hear me, Hillary?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, so I am now talking about what we need to do, the practical steps in terms of making this happen. So number one, picking from Honorable Neto's statements, we need to identify people that will drive this, not as faces, but as people who strategize, as people who look back and identify all the low-hanging fruits. They see what is mid-term, what is long-term, and they are able to say, this is the way we are going. We need to identify those people. From this space, as a pressure point, Hillary, we need those people so that they reach out to the rest, to Morara Kebaso's team. We reach out to Casmuel. We reach out to Mercy Tarus. We reach out to Honorable Kio Mutata and everybody so that we coalesce and we create a caucus that now tells us these people are coming up with this. This is what we are going to do. The court case, for example, what level of mobilization do we need online and in person? How do we mobilize the resources? By resources, I mean financial. I also mean in terms of the personnel that will be there to do this. If we are talking about occupying parliament, what do we require? Who is going to make the calls? Who is going to mobilize the resources? And we identify those people and we task them with a daily. Let me tell you, William Ruto and Raila Odinga now are scheming every single day. They talk every day. How are we going to defeat them when we have weekly ranting sessions? And I'm saying that not in a bad way, but we have this weekly where we are talking and wait for next Sunday. We must be able to do this on a daily basis. And there is something that Pastor Elizabeth Mokoro speaks that I like. She says, you cannot be a part-time Christian and defeat a full-time devil. It is not possible. So we are not going to defeat these people when all we do is come here on Sunday and talk. We must be doing it daily. We must do as an assessment, analysis of the status of a nation every single day. Who has said what and what are the implications? Who has done what? So it is a daily audit. Let us look at all those government departments. What are they posting every day? What did they do? So we need a research team that is well facilitated, well funded, so that we are able to monitor and have spontaneous reactions and actions that will then make it impossible for this kakistocracy to continue. So I want to land by saying, let us identify those people that are going to represent a pressure point in terms of strategizing and reaching out to the other groupings and the other formations and making sure that we are able to then run these people out of town. And in my view, the starting point is Raila Odinga, what he has said today, that impeachment trial at the Senate must never be allowed to happen. Because, and if it happens, then it must happen in such a way that it sends home all this political cartel that is there. Starting with William Ruto. If Rigathi is being tried by the Senate, then William Ruto must also be facing trial. And those members of parliament, Senate and National Assembly, must also follow suit. And so that Kenyans can discuss the issue of IEBC and how to restructure their political leadership once those people are gone and all those deals are cancelled. That is the language that will save Kenya. Anything else is William Ruto and the political cartels managing the Kenyan people and thinking for us because they know tunakasirika, wanafanya, alafu tunakasirika, tunakuwa kama moto ya makaratasi. We must now translate our speech into solid action, into proper political caucus, so that we run them out of town. We can't be waiting for Sunday and for Tony to do it on Wednesday and for some other person to do it earlier. This has to be continuous, 24 hours. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Dr. Milton. Thank you for the
thank you, sir. Abdi, you're saying something?
Yeah, okay, go ahead, Hillary.
Thank you so much. I can't hear Abdi. Thank you so much. Josephine, can you come in? Let us hear ladies also, man. I know it has been hot and it is important also to bring the ladies to hear their voice. Just go ahead, and then I'll bring Calvin. Calvin, you'll be here for a while, but I'm very sorry about that. Go ahead, Josephine.
Thank you, Dario, and your co-host, and all the Kenyans in the platform. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon, as per your timelines. Yes, thank you so much. Can you hear me, Rarian?
Yes, we can hear you, just.
Okay, it's like we lost Josephine. Can we go to Kelvin and then Maverick or Pio and then or go to in that order? Hillary, you can hear?
Calvin, please go ahead. Can anybody hear anything? I can't hear anybody.
I can't hear anything. Hillary? Okay, Calvin, can you speak?
There's a problem somewhere. I don't know.
Calvin? Calvin, you can hear?
There's something happening. Calvin, can you hear me? Bonnie, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Hillary.
Yeah, but I can't hear these people speaking. So I don't know. Right. Let's see. Josephine dropped, and even Abdi dropped. Hear me now?
I can hear you, but I can't hear anybody else.
I'm hearing you. Me personally, I'm hearing you.
So good, I can hear you. Go
Should
ahead
I
as
go?
we bring these people
Can you
back. I
hear
don't
me?
know what is happening with their mic. There's something wrong. But Kenyan lady, German, I see you also.
Can anyone hear me?
So good to go ahead. Okay. You also dropped.
Can anyone hear me?
They're trying to interfere with our space. Okay. All right, guys.
Okay, Hillary, maybe I can say something as you try to sort out.
Yeah, go ahead, Milton. I can hear you very well, but I don't know why I can't hear this rest. Go ahead.
So I'm going to say this. If you saw what I did a video, and I also tweeted about it. I talked about signs of a dictatorship, and they are all they're unfolding in front of our eyes. And when people are expecting that this parliament and this leadership is going to give us an IEBC that will guarantee us a free and fair political processes, then I think you must be having a bad dream. You cannot expect that William Ruto and Raila Odinga are going to agree to give Kenyans an electoral body that is good enough to send them home. They are going to put in their puppets, and you don't need to go far. So Kenyans must stop this preoccupation and this lie that if we send away all these political masqueraders as leaders, then we are going to have a crisis because we do not have an IEBC. What sort of IEBC can we expect them to give us and give the country going by their conduct? Why are we being so gullible as to validate their illegal actions by supporting what they are trying to give us. We must be able to reject and say that everything has got to come to a standstill for the country to reset and for us to be able to determine by ourselves the kind of structure that will guarantee that the political decisions that we make and the outcomes of the democratic processes that we undertake as a people are exactly what we want. That is the lie that we must run away from. And that is why it is urgent that as a people, we begin taking action now. And like I said, I see people, Josephine is back and others. I was just trying to fill the gap. But I am saying we must be able to put everything on hold at a standstill. Our children must not go to school because what are they going to school to do if as many as 800,000 of our children are not transiting to secondary school? What business does it make sense of if our children are going to sit for their KCSE and their KCPE and their grade 6 exams and they are not going anywhere? They are going to be sent to the Gulf and other countries to work as slaves. Break down everything, stop everything, so that we don't validate this kind of monkey business that William Ruto and now his mechanic Raila Odinga want to visit upon Kenyans. When we are settling for less, we are validating the illegalities. We must be able to say no to this. We must be able to say we are not doing it. We are not running after the hare. We are focused on the antelope. Stop throwing us and keeping us busy with things that don't matter. And as I learn so that other people can be able to speak, I probably think the microphone issue has been sorted. We have to make sure that the impeachment of Gachagua, the trial at the Senate, does not happen. And if it happens, then William Ruto will also be going. And so will those members of parliament, both the Senate and National Assembly, follow suit. And so that Kenyans can begin to have that conversation from when everybody has gone home. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Daktari. Abdi, can you hear me
Yes,
now?
I can hear you. Let's bring us Josephine and the Kenyan lady.
Yeah, let's hear what they're saying. Yeah, it's
We
very
have
important.
KOT here also. Dr. Milton talking about bringing all these pieces together. We can also listen to his view if I'll give him the mic. And then I think, and then we can give 2 minutes to all these speakers who have been waiting, and we cycle back to Neto after. How about that, Hillary?
That's fine. That's fine.
And I agree also. One thing that I just wanted to add, I think the impeachment and all these other political maneuvers, I think are mere diversion from the real pressing issues facing Kenya. While we are distracted with the political theater, the real problem lies in the economic stronghold being tightened by entities like Adani-Group. I think the impending sale of critical infrastructure is not just an economic transaction, it's a blow to our sovereignty. Having said that, Jamal Lady, go ahead. Thank you.
It was Josephine first, I thought. She had the mic.
Josephine and then Jamal Lady. Thank you, Dr. Milton.
Oh, please, I'm okay with waiting until all those who raise their hands speak. So I'm just going to wait. I'm not German lady. I'm a Kenyan. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Very well, very well.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry for I had fallen down. I was saying good evening, good morning, and good afternoon, fellow Kenyans, wherever you are. Yes, I want to echo what Dr. has just said. First and foremost, one thing I want to ask each and every member in this space is that this week we should not talk about anything else other than upping our rally in Ur Park on 20th. We need to mobilize everybody. We need to treat that throughout the week. As we plan to go and occupy when they are trying to beat Gachagua, we need to be trading that on 20th. All the people of Kenya who are not in the government, who do not have a government, we need to be in Uhuru Park to celebrate 287 colleagues who have been killed by the government, and the Ruto has refused to own that. At the same time, we declare what we want for our country, because I'm sure we can do without Ruto and the Raila Odinga. Let's stop lying to ourselves. These guys are smart. Brain encounter brains. And I believe the people I'm seeing here and the people I've been seeing in the space, they have better brains. Once we bring them together, we can have a better leadership in this country than what we are looking forward from them. Let's stop watching the distractions, which now Raila is bringing them about, trying to present is in the opposition. You cannot hit your cake and have it again. At the same time, fellow Kenyans, can we wake up? Can we forget about saying that Raila has disappointed us? He has disappointed nobody. He has done what he is known of best doing. And that's all Raila is. And the best thing he can do is to actually brand people names. But he will never accept him to be branded. Can we also brand him now? And we say that the Adani brothers, let them pack and leave our country. The best thing we can do to ourselves, fellow Kenyans, is to ensure that we have a full mobilization of 20th. You know what? Ruto, as much as we are crying about the economy, Ruto will be launching a new state lodge in Kwale, which has been constructed within 3 months. If you find out how much has been spent in constructing that new state house, yet we have a state house in Mombasa around 30 kilometers away from Kwale, fellow Kenyans, we can tell ourselves we are being misused and we are being made slaves to work for Ruto, and he feeds on our blood together with our children and our family and our relatives at the expense of our health. Can we stick on the ball, fellow Kenyans? I really request that. Boniface, you deem me after this. I want to talk to you, Mr. Boniface. Fellow Kenyans, can we keep on the ball? Can we look at what we have? Can we have as many petitions presented in court by as many Kenyans as possible, so that we clear Ruto once and for all in this country? Because if we continue keeping quiet, soothing him, actually is using the tactics of diverting us and bombarding us with a lot of things, because we are chasing this, we are chasing the other. Eventually, we end up chasing here, and he's doing what he wants to do. Can we stand firm? Can we also start greeting our MPs now? A time has come. Come and Mbaya, fellow Kenyans. We are tired. We need to blow the whistle and start moving. We need to do what it takes us to salvage our country, rather than waiting. We think together with Ruto while he has a boat waiting to pick him as we think. Fellow Kenyans, it's very frustrating, it's very devastating, but I'm calling each and every Kenyan to know that we can do without Ruto, we can do without Raila, we can do without the members of parliament, of the 13th parliament in this country, and we will be a better country. Can we focus on that? Can we join hands? And can we actually revisit what happened in 2002? We saw all the people who are not in the government came together to bring Moin down, because there were no any other opportunity and there were no any other way to bring Moin down other than every other person joining up hands together. A time has come. Let's forget about which generation we think we are, and let's forget about who is in opposition, who has been in the government. Anybody who is not in the government right now, he is our friend, because our enemy is Ruto, is Raila Odinga, and the members of the parliament and the fucking CSS. Fellow Kenyans, can we stand firm for what we believe in? And also, we need to put our churches in the limelight. We need to see them. Stop these guys getting to the churches. We need to echo also what Father City has just done. He just named God a spade, not a big spoon, while they are seated in his front. And he said the thieves are here in the church, and others are in the space. That's what we need to drive. Actually, we cannot afford any longer to buy fear, fellow Kenyans. Kama ni kukufa, tutakufa mara moja. Nobody dies twice. And then it comes once, let's prepare, and by 20th, we should be taking up our country back. And they're telling Ruto he has to go because he has signed whatever he has signed, he'll go and pay whatever he'll pay. We don't care. I also want to echo that. I think Tony Gachoka has filed a case in the courts to stop everything regarding the Adani brothers. But the most important thing is that we need to look any loophole, wherever it is, an opportunity, and we file in court as many petitions as possible. Let's put Ruto in toss until he says he's tired and departs and leaves our country. And if that cannot happen, let's go and pluck him out of the State House by ourselves on 20th. Thank you so much, and may God bless us. May God bless Kenya. Thank you. Kindly, Boniface Mwangi, I want to talk to you, please.
Thank you so much, Josephine, for that, and I can hear that in your voice, and I like the zeal that you are. We need not to wait, and somebody writing that we need not to wait because the Adani action is being taken now, and many things, and people we are seeing support. So Kenyans should wake up now, not even 20th is too far. Yes, Honorable Neto, I see you on the board. Say hi again to these guys, then you bring the people up their hands up. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Hillary. And I like the emotion. Abdi, I didn't say emotion is bad. Emotion is good. It's just that we need to channel the emotion now. We've been angry enough. Now we need to move into strategy and tactics. Let me start from what Bonnie said. Bonnie, it is true that Kenya's problem is a public debt problem. And it's also true that Kenya's problem is a youth unemployment problem. And of course, and you put it very well. To the extent that Kenya continues to incur debt, there's therefore, because of the constitution, debt being the first charge in the consolidated fund, that means that we do not have enough money for us to expend on development and to expend on more serious things. That is okay. That analysis is actually okay. But I go back to what my communications teacher always taught me, that the magnitude of the problem is not the problem. The problem is the cause of the problem. In my view, Kenya's problem is a governance problem. And the corruption, so do you think, in your view, that these politicians do not think that debt is bad? No, they know that debt is bad. But Mutadu, they don't care. I've heard someone here talking about the court system. The judiciary is gone crazy. You've seen the decisions they've taken over the past few days. Scandals have been sanitized at the judiciary. So you might think that the petitions that you take through the houses of the judiciary, some of them, for some time, people thought that the judiciary was a semblance of sobriety. I think over the past few weeks, they've just proven themselves to be crazy. And so the corruption, the lack of political will, the extractive political institutions that we have in Kenya really need to be dealt with. And Kenyans, it has been done before. At independence, Kenyans were tired and they overhauled the system. When Moi thought KANU was going to rule us for 100 years, even though it's still ruling in some semblance, Kenyans came up together and pushed for the repeal of Section 2A. We pushed for a new constitution. So it simply means that it's possible in Kenya. Let me laud the spaces. The spaces are good because the spaces help us create awareness. If you want to emancipate the people, education, information is important. And you must understand that when people are pointed towards what the issues are, the issues of society are, they become aware and they get to understand and appreciate everything else that we need to do. So the spaces are okay. We must continue the civic and political awareness for purposes of Kenyans to understand and appreciate. If you see Parliament in the history, and I told you, the first time Parliament has passed the constitutional threshold, this was the second time. The first time Kenya passed a constitutional threshold was to pass something called the Equalization Fund. This was in 2015, 2016. The second time Kenya passed a constitutional threshold at Parliament at 281 was during this impeachment motion. That's a record. That even when we passed the Equalization Fund in 2015, I think it was 240. He wasn't this kind of sounding majority. So it simply shows you that the undying interest in this particular parliament to save itself, to save someone else, is something that is it needs a thesis. It needs to be interrogated further in terms of what's really going on in country. And that is why I'm saying we really need to think through and organize properly. The second thing I wanted to ask, someone is saying that we should oppose the Gachagua impeachment. I do not know what kind of, I don't understand. I need to be educated quite a bit. Because from where we sit, right now, we are basically playing with the cards that these people give us. We are waiting here, they're playing the cards and we receive. If we're going to do that way, unless we are proactive on our own motion, right now, Gachagua impeachment is coming. Is it good for the movement? Is it bad for the movement? That is a strategy I think we need to be thinking about. How then do we adjust our sail in the circumstance of Gachagua's impeachment? Because I think if we do adjust our sails appropriately with the Gachagua impeachment, I think there were many people, in my view, and in the last spaces that I attended, that were really reluctant. And I know I spoke with a couple of Kenyans when people were pushing for Ruto must go. A few Kenyans thought that, if you pushed Ruto out in the circumstances, and it was Gachagua was going to be president, because the constitution doesn't provide for a way in which to remove Gachagua and Ruto together. So then most Kenyans are really pretty uncomfortable because of what Gachagua has been saying is stakeholder maneno. So I really think that from where I sit, this Gachagua impeachment could just be the best law of unintended consequences. I do not know who they bring in as the next deputy president, but it is possible then to use this kind of moments to do the change that we want to do. Lastly, before I give it to the other speaker, I think that change comes at a cost. As revolutionaries and people who really want to see the very best for Kenya, we must be prepared to pay the price. It is not easy. It is not the sort of thing that comes easy, but we must go all the way. Josephine, you have the microphone.
No, it was Kenyan lady. I think it was Kenyan lady.
Sorry, Kenyan lady. The Kenyan lady who is in German, or the Kenyan lady or the German lady. Kenyan lady, thanks.
Okay, thank you. I saw a few hands prior to my joining, so I would totally understand, honestly, if they went first, because I have a sore throat. Just take the other speakers. I'm gonna jump in afterwards if that's okay.
Hilary, can I just
Hilary?
address,
or should I go ahead?
Yeah, Bonnie, go ahead then, Opio.
Yeah,
go
so
ahead, Bonnie, then.
I just wanna address the comment that the previous speaker. So we don't have a disagreement in terms of what the issues are, right? I've made it very clear to Kenyans that our issues can be broken down into two buckets. The first one is a structural problem, right? Our current system of government was designed to fail. We took it from somewhere, we imposed it on Kenyans, and we didn't do the hard work that was required to make sure that it's sustainable, right? We have too many politicians in our country and running around doing nothing. And these politicians are eating up a ridiculous amount of the national cake, if I can say that way. So that's the first issue. Too many politicians running around doing nothing and eating up the vast majority of the resources. I've had a couple of people question, why do I say that? And I want to make sure Kenyans understand. If you look at every one of your counties across our country, each county has an average 47 MCAs. Okay, if you take all the MCs that we have and take an average 47 counties, every county today gives up 10% of its budget to these 47 people. That does not make any sense. You cannot point out any company or any jurisdiction in the world that gives up 10% of its budget to a group of 47 people. That's our first issue, is that the system of government that we have right now is designed to fail. It needs to be fixed. So that's a structural issue, right? The second issue is governance, right? We have criminals in these offices, and the sad thing is that we put them into office. So there's a lot of pillaging that's taking place, and there's a lot of wastage. So all those issues have to be addressed at the same time. I do believe that we're at a point where we cannot take small changes anymore. We have to insist on wholesale change because we have an opportunity that we have not had in a long time, right? Kenyans are beginning to feel that things need to change. And I 100% agree with that. We cannot wait. We can't wait any longer, and we cannot take small changes. We need to insist on 100% change in direction, in priorities, in people that are occupying these offices. So I just wanted to point out that we do not have a disagreement in terms of what the root causes are. It's we have a structural issue and we have a governance issue. We need to deal with all those issues at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I agree with you and I appreciate. So who is the next speaker, Justice? You want to speak now?
Thank you so much.
Justice, please go ahead.
Thank you and good evening everyone. Nashukuru sana kwa wakati wa kukutana na nyinyi katika mtandao na kuwasiliana kuhusu masuala za nchi yetu ambayo ni muhimu sana. Swala nyeti leo kila mtu ameiona na we have actually to me I'm celebrating. I don't know how people are looking at it, but as far as the pressure for liberation has been so far, I would give us hope that we have gone a milestone. Actually, I would say that we are on top of the hill, because when we baited them, they fell for it, and they eventually fired his cabinet. And the firing of the cabinet has cost him a lot. He's still bleeding. And I think this is what has been leading to him impeaching his deputy, which for us to maintain the course, because he's been our focus, him being the key comprader that the external forces like World Bank, IMF, the wheeler dealers are using to betray and sabotage our economy. I must give it to us, and I must really appreciate those who have laid their life, and also still sorrow with those who we lost, and it was very close call. Those who were in the street, I also received my share of bullets. I've healed, and still this sweat and the blood is not in vain. And we were not sweating so that when he is cornered, political opportunists can take advantage and broker to an extent that we are seeing now, because the level of brokerage is gone way out of hand. The things that are happening with the Adanis and the health sector, even in the school, the education sector, the level of looting is really wanting. And of course, we are not blindfolded regarding what are happening, but we also cannot afford to be distracted from the main cause. To me, the war among our enemies camp and the division in their side is a major privilege and a major milestone that we can still feed into, but steer the ship towards the course that we had charted earlier. And of course, knowing that there are also enemies that are planted among us, and knowing that also that we cannot do this thing alone, it is a unilateral call. So far, they are very few. They are the minority. We are the majority. And as the majority, in a republic, we all control our lives. We are all Moses. We all got the keys to open all the chains and shackles that these guys that have been holding us, whether colonial or the current ones. The people's power can always prevail. And the sovereign authority of the people, I think this is the key mandate that sessions like this should focus on, to make sure that we empower the citizen, we equip the citizen, we enable fellow citizens, such that even by the time that we are breaking through, because let's fight for posterity. Let's not fight and then somebody gets in, then we come back again, somebody gets in and we come back again, because without adequate education, especially political education, we would not be able to sustain this initiative for posterity. But if we continue the way we are doing and pulling our minds together, especially on the power of the people, because the Constitution has granted us inalienable rights that cannot be taken away even by an animal, leave alone a human being. Right to life, right to freedom, right to purpose. These are guaranteed by the Constitution. The moment somebody, like now this current regime, the life that they've taken, it's absurd. The souls that we've lost, it cannot be in vain. And we must, as we ride on it, we are not riding on it blindly, and we need to quantify those achievements and then exert the last pressure. Because I don't see this guy going beyond 2025. It's very possible to take him home before 2025. And that pressure is not an easy pressure. By now, I think most of us who have been in the field, you must appreciate that we need each other, and we need each other circumspectly and soberly with a focus. And we are coming together to form the next government. So this formation of the next government, and Brother Neto, I know you're a party leader just like I am. I'm a party leader of Justice and Freedom Party. Necessitate coalition or necessitate alliances of like-minded or unity of like-minded, whether you are not in the party, whether you are from wherever you're coming from, you are able to pull in. The government is huge. Think of it broadly. It's not just a party that somebody is running or a company that one is running. And these are the things that the current regime failed to appreciate. And now they're in the government and they're not able to handle the diversity and the whole aspect of the government. They are not able to function and perform. So this process, and I appreciate the delay, because the delay has made us to appreciate that we need each other. I've seen some people who handle those sessions when you're outside, like they own them, like it's just theirs. They exclude others, and then when they are cornered alone, because when you choose to go alone, sometimes you'll be cornered alone, and you'll be wondering where people are. But I think those are the delays that can occur, because if you're not working with me, don't expect me to be with you when you're cornered. But you see, when we are all together and appreciating each other and enabling one another, even when we go out there in unity, without selfishness, it will be very easy to hasten and quicken this. And the delay has helped us to harmonize all those other things that were manifesting. I know people are pulling in various directions. Some want to lead. Well, we're wondering to where, because if you leave them to lead, we've seen the circus. But to form the next government, then we must appreciate the significance and merit of each other. And we must treat each other as such by making sure that when we come out together, we remain united and let every individual function according to their strength and their ranks, because everyone has what they're bringing. Like I've seen a case scenario where we appear in a music concert, and then the artists are performing very well, and then you say there are no speeches, and you close it out, and the people who are speaking are also leading us to nowhere. Seriously, when we organize each other and meet out, even if it is in Uhuru Park, the individuals who have political messaging that can bring sensation and energy that can actually push us to the next, give us the momentum that we need to the next level. But when we leave it just to entertainment and it dies like that, it beats the purpose. So it's to me is a point of us thinking circumspectly, and also maintaining our eyes on the course that we charted. Somebody said that many can steer the ship, but it takes a captain to chart the course. The revolution that this country needs, we've spelled it out. we are under captive, colonial captive. And actually, they've messed up our economy. They are making sure that we are running through zero industrialization. There are no jobs, education. Even the model of funding is just to make sure that we have less graduates, so that they keep harvesting more cheaper human resource from this geographical location. Look at the health crisis. That is the depopulation concept that they've been trying through Bill Gates and those other aspects. They're trying to use every avenue to make sure that they mess the society for the gains of these external agendas. And it's us to save ourselves. And that is why, as a republic is you and me. There is no Moses that is required to draw us out. We need to draw ourselves out. And if we all come out successfully, I believe it will be much more sustainable. So it's a unilateral approach. Let's pick it up. Freedom
Thank
is
you
here.
very much.
And thanks so much for this platform.
Thank you very much, party leader. I will look for you differently so that the United Agreement Party and the Justice and Freedom Party can already start working on other things in other fronts without clouding this. Thank you very much for your thoughts. I really like that, we must fight for posterity. And I hope that when we fight for posterity, we'll be creating a virtuous state. Ogogo, your hand has been up. Let's hear you.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning. Asanteni sana kwa hii nafasi yenye mmenipea. Nashukuru. Yangu itakuwa machache kabisa. Number one, Ruto aliapa na akasema anaweka Biblia chini na anafanya kazi, anafanyia Wakenya kazi. Yeye aliweka Biblia chini akachukua kitabu ya kwaya. Ndiye Ruto alichukua. Sasa imekuwa tu kwaya hii inatendeka, hii imetengwa, sijui imefanya nini mpaka leo hii. Kenya inaenda kama sijui gari gani, sijui ni ya miraa, sijui nini. But let us be very much simple. Tuseme ile lugha yenye kila mtu anaelewa. Let us not just tusema tu visungu mingi, vocabulary mingi na Ruto asikii hizo. Tumesema hizo ya kutosha kwa hii space. Tumesema hizo visungu from sijui lini mpaka leo hii ni visungu na vocabulary moja baada ya ingine. Inasaidia nini? Hizi visungu zenye tumekuwa tukisema mingi kila siku ni space, kisungu. Imesaidia nini? This nation to just come to a standstill. Kila kitu simame. Na lugha rahisi yenye Ruto anaelewa ni maandamano. There's nothing else. Hiyo inatisa yeye. Hata yeye mwenyewe anajua. So tutoe the much talk that we have and spend here on spaces. Kila siku ni space. Hii ndiyo mada ya space ya leo. Ni visungu tu na vocabulary. Hiyo Ruto anasikia saa ngapi? Amesikia ngapi? Na vile tulienda skits alisikia mpaka akatoroka kaenda Uganda. Sasa let us talk vitu zenye tuna exercise kwa ground. Tusiongee tu na tuendi ground. Civil education sijui nini hizo zimefanywa na Wakenya ni wale tu. It's high time tutoke kwa barabara, turudi kwa barabara, kwa sababu hata watu wenye tuko nao ni wanasiasa. Hakuna mtu mbaya kama mwanasiasa. We have politicians, we don't have workers. And this country inataka redemption. Kama ni shule ifungwe definitely. Watoto wache kwenda shule kwa sababu hata wanasoma nini? Wanasoma nini hao watoto shule? Hii CBC yenye wameleta haisaidii. Inasaidia nini? Ukiuliza watoto wenye walitoka class 6 wakaenda grade 7 hiyo. Hakuna hata wana vitabu vyenye wanasoma kwa shule. So it is high time. We, you, me and the rest tutoke nje, kwa sababu hata kanisa hakuna Kenya. Wako wapi hao? Kanisa iko wapi? Hizi vitu zote zinafanyika, zimekuwa zikifanyika, kanisa imenyamaza. Imekuwa ikinyamaza kabisa. Ruto anaendelea tu kunyakua nchi. Leo ni Adani, kesho sijui ni nini, kesho kutwa hii maneno ya Adani ikiisha na hii maneno ya Gachoka ikiisha, kesho utasikia sijui anaongeza presidential limit, sijui term nini hizo. Tutafanya nini? Na yule mtu mwenye amekuwa kwa opposition na amekuwa akifanya ile kazi yenye anajua governmentship tu, kubroka ya haoni opportunity. Sasa sisi tusipotoka nje, tusipojitokeza tu, tuache hivi vifungu mingi, tuende tuongee kwa barabara, and we should be having a strategy ya maandamano. Kama tunaenda maandamano na wamama wajawazito wenye wako wajawazito 7 months turudi chini na watoto wadogo, sasa Ruto awe wao basi. Kama ni strategy tunaenda naye kwa maandamano, hatuwezi kuwa tuna ya nini sasa. Na hapa Kenya kuna ile sheria yenye ina support mwananchi. Hakuna, unaenda unaongea, kuna mwenye nakusikiza. Unaenda kwa barabara, kuna mwenye nasikia. Lakini hiyo barabara ilitisa Ruto, ilimtisa. Sasa inafaa vitu zingine tuweke pending kwanza. Tuweke tu vitu zingine pending kwanza, tuangalie suluhisho ya nchi itatokea wapi. Hakuna kitu kizuri kenye kinakujanga na kicheko. Lazima tujitume kwa hicho kitu kizuri, na tuwezi tu paka tu mafuta kila siku na visungu mingi na vocabulary kwa Ruto atio maneno ya nini. Mimi sijui kisungu yenye naambia Ruto yenye sijawahi sema. Tutoke nje, watu watoke nje, wa barabara, tukabiliane na serikali vile inafaa, hata kama watoto huwa watu wote.
Asante sana. Asante sana Ogugu, asante. Tumekusikia. Inatakana kwamba tulie kidogo, tusiseme kizungu mingi. Asante, tumeshukuru, na watu wajitokeze kwa barabara. Josephine, ungependelea nafasi kuongea? Asante. Josephine?
Okay, Lady Justice, I think, is here, and also Tom Boy and Santaro Pio. Honorable.
Yeah, I've seen them. But the Lady Josephine has been there. So after that, then Lady Justice will tell us about Omena. But Josephine, do you want to speak now? Okay. Is she having a problem with the mic? Josephine, if you want to speak when you're ready, just let us know. Sankara, you want to go now?
Okay, Neto, thank you. Thank you, Raila, and your co-host. Nataka kushukuru for this opportunity. I have only 2 things and I want to be very brief. One, I think it's enough time we have taken on the spaces, on the social media platforms. Now it's time to action. And we must have a time frame. Neto, you know, I look upon you. You are one guy, young person I normally like because of your ideas and the way you're bringing them up. This time I want to commission you guys. Kindly, can you look for all other political bigwigs tukuje pamoja? We stop history ya kuongea. You know, we had an opportunity the first time wakati tuliingia parliament, but because of 1, 2 things hatukumaliza kuingia the house in the hill, because that was our plan. Reason why most Kenyans shied off ikaachiwa the Gen Z. But right now it's a Kenyan problem, and it's high time that we amalgamate ourselves together and work for this common goal. Our enemy anachulikana, Sakayo and his brother Conman. We need to deal with these guys. Unaona tumetulia kidogo, they are reorganizing themselves. Sisi tunaendelea kuwa space. So it's high time that we move out of the spaces and we have a concrete strategy with time frame. To me, if it would be possible, 2024, we should not go beyond 2024. with Ruto in power. And our agenda ni kumtoa in power, not kuongea story, is to get out of this man, because there is nothing we expect good from Sakayo and his friends who are grouping pamoja. Nothing. Hii story tunaanza kudanganywa with the IPC. What IPC do we expect from these political tags? Honestly. So can we get out of this? Have time frame. And I'm commissioning, nimeona Chasters amesema is also a political leader. And can you look for the others? I know there are other things happening behind the scenes, but be part of this. We are looking upon you guys. This time hakuna story ya kusema leaderless, formless and all that. No, we must have a structure and a working structure. Number 2, we need to have, as a people, unit of purpose. Unit of purpose. As Kenyans, we might not agree on policies, we might not agree on ideologies and all that, but let's have that common unit of purpose against the common enemy. We deal with the enemy first, and from there, now other things can fall in place. Finally, it's a question. I don't know if we have some legal minds here. There's a ruling which was done from the former Chief Justice about our parliament on issue of gender imbalance and appearances. Right now, is there something we can do to push for this parliament to be dissolved as we are working to do away with Ruto? And I will want this one, NATO and friends, to kindly take it up. And if we have legal minds here, able to say what should be done. How can this be pushed? Because that thing, I think, is still on. It's only that now we have a rogue CJ right now, who is on bed with Sakayo, that she cannot do anything right for Kenyans. And even so that, tujue, can we push on that? Because I believe those are some of the fruits we can work on. How can we solve? Because that is the major criminal enterprise, our parliament. We do away with it. As we push for Ruto and Raila to forget about them, kabisa. So let's have those time frames. Let's have unit of purpose. And hiyo swali nimeuliza, if we have legal minds here, kindly come up and try to explain on the same. Thank you, and may God bless this country as we push on. On 20th, tusilale. We want 1 million plus people at Uhuru Park as we push for the necessary celebration of our heroes. Thank you so much.
Sankara, thank you very much. First of all, thank you very much for the kind words towards my person, and also for suggesting that this time around we must have a structure and be having a working structure. I completely agree with you, and of course that's why I reached out to Justice of the Justice and Freedom Party, that I really need to have a conversation. But the second thing again, which you say, which I agree with absolutely, is the common unity of purpose. Because you know where we need to do. But the third thing that you've said, which has tagged my heart, is what the United Government Party that I lead has been on the dissolution of parliament since 2020. So I'm both a legal mind, but also an interested party. And that's why I need to take this chance to talk about it. On the 8th of August this year, the United Government Party and 8 other petitioners repetitioned the Chief Justice for the dissolution of parliament. We think this parliament is unconstitutional, and it has no business transacting business in the way it is because of the truth agenda principle. The Chief Justice did constitute a bench on the 27th of September, and the hearings are supposed to be going on. So the next frontier, in my view, and I agree with you absolutely, we should push for the dissolution of this particular parliament. But now I see Josephine hand is up. Josephine, maybe you're ready to speak now before I get Lady Justice. Thanks, Josephine.
Far with the mic. Josephine, we cannot hear you. Josephine, you are very far. You are in Mombasa and phone is in Nairobi. No.
You can hear me now?
It's a bit better.
Yeah.
A bit better. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Josephine, did we lose you?
I am still on.
Okay, please go ahead.
She dropped, Mheshimiwa. She dropped.
Okay, Lady
Can't hear
Justice. Lady Justice, you want to go ahead now?
Thank you very much, Honorable. Thank you, Hilary Gondi. I love the enthusiasm of us Kenyans and wanting change and all that. And I love that we still foresee that at the end of the day, uh, there is much that we can do to change. But I also want to redirect us on some of the critical matters that are actually happening in the country right now. You know, running a country is like running a business, and but by now we must all be aware that our books are not the best books. You know, our financial books, our credit score is not the best, and as a result, we do not have, you know, people betting on us. We don't have investors wanting to work with us because they see us as a risk. You know, and so my concern is, even as we want to change leadership, as we want to make things right, I really feel sorry for the person who's coming next to Ruto, because, you know, the country is dying financially. The country has no investors. And right now we're hearing about the Adani group. One of the things that most people don't know, that Adani is the only person who is willing to bet on Kenya. There's no any other person, any investor out there who is saying that, you know what, these financial books are so bad, but we want to try something. Everybody's running away from Kenya, away from investing in Kenya. And that creates a really difficult scenario for any good leader that is coming in the future. Let's say, you know, we rally behind NATO today and he gets to the position of power. NATO is going to face even worse challenges than what Ruto is facing right now. And I think at this point, we might need, as a country, to focus on how do we bring our country back to its feet. Because right now we're crawling, you know. And as much as we will be having financial problems in the country, as much as we'll be having investors running away, it doesn't matter how many good leaders we have. We will always come to the same problems where, you know, now NATO gets in there and we say that, you know, NATO, we need healthcare, we need education, we need funding for roads, we need funding for electricity. Electricity is such a big deal in an economy. Like, can you imagine we're sitting at a point where Kenya has nobody to invest in its electricity, in her electricity, except for Adani? We don't have anybody starting up and say, oh, we want to invest in your airport. And airport is, you know, the place that determines how goods come in and go out. And, you know, I hope we can go back and look at that. And as I yield, I'm going to say that we also have to realize that maandamano is good. Yes, we want to send a message to Ruto, but haven't we not sent a message enough? There comes a point where if our interest is in this country, we have to come back to the drawing board and start asking ourselves, what can I do to build my country? Maandamanos just ends up making, you know, creating instability in the country. And I'm not saying that right now Ruto is great, that we should leave it. I think we are focusing on the wrong thing. Ruto himself cannot even run the country. So can we resuscitate the country before we can focus on let's bring in new leaders, let's do this and let's do that? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lady Justice. Kenyan lady, you're going to speak next, but let me just say a couple of things with regard to what Lady Justice has said. You know, most people will be reluctant to invest in a country that is corrupt, a country where there is no right of property, is not protected, a country that has an extractive judiciary where, you know, people who are supposed to be in jail are sanitized and brought back to life. No one is going to invest in a country like that. So I agree with you absolutely. Kenya is on its deathbed. Kenya needs to be resuscitated. We need a lot of intravenous injection, but that is what this sort of awareness does. Having done this sort of awareness, we really need to move it to the next level, which is organized political planning. But Kenyan lady, let's hear you.
Hi, everyone. Good morning, Good afternoon, good evening. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I'm battling a sore throat, as always. However, that is not the point of discussion. First of all, I thank you, Hillary, for this wonderful space. It is not always just obvious to have a welcoming guest, a welcoming host. I apologize. So I appreciate that a lot. Now, I've done my research, and I'd like to, first of all, refute a few factors that were mentioned. One of them was the failure or the lack of investors in the country. And I respect you very much, Lady Justice. Thank you. Nice to see you here. Now, the reason why I'm opposed to investors, and I'm very happy that they're not coming to Kenya because we discourage them on this side, is because they invest, but the investments never trickle down to those in the poor regions. So they are of no benefit at all to Kenyans, whether or not they are there. Their presence is not felt. The corruption rate is so high that as soon as they exit the airport, they go to Masai Mara, they go to the mining areas and then mine secretly and then pay those who own the mines, and that never reaches the poor people, the impoverished. That is why I say away with investors until the situation in Kenya is stable. Now, that said, I've done some research. It's estimated that around 10,000 people require dialysis daily in Kenya. 10,000 people. I'm getting at something, but only 10% of them receive treatment. That is 1,000 people. Now, I watched a video this week where a family was grieving the death of their mother because as soon as they she had dialysis on Tuesday, I believe, and on Saturday she was dead in Kenya. And I just couldn't believe it. Honestly, people wonder, okay, why are diasporans are getting involved in our affairs? I may never return to Kenya, but what I see pains me, it hurts me to the core. It really ashames me that I'm building Western regimes and mine is crumbling. That is why I join spaces. That is why I call for accountability. Talking about accountability. Now, I've been very vocal about that because it's not because I hate the people. It's not because I hate Morara. But if you look at why all regimes in Africa fail, it's because of the lack of accountability. You cannot say you want people to contribute towards your cause, but they should not hold you accountable. We are going back to dictatorships. We must hold everyone who wants to get into leadership positions accountable. It doesn't mean we hate them, but that is why Western systems function. Accountability. I can stop Angela Merkel on the street. I can stop Olaf Scholz on the street and say, what are my taxes doing for me? And we have to hold them accountable. If you don't want to be held accountable, you cannot become a leader because that is the exact reason why people died during this Reject Finance Bill 2024. People are dying because of lack of accountability. We must hold everyone accountable. That said, I want to go to something else. Now, 600,000 students who qualified for placement in institutions of higher learning in Kenya did not apply for slots in 2024. What does that mean? The HELP loan has failed. Now, everyone, what I'm trying to get at is that with these 10,000 people who require dialysis daily, if one member of the families took to the streets, we would have 10,000 people. If those 600,000 students took to the streets, we would have a further 600,000 people. I expect that of people who are suffering. I really do. I really do. Now, if we add the numbers of those who are perhaps not receiving aid when they need it, those who are affected by the reforms in agriculture, we must have at least 1 million people protesting, and that daily. Now, what Kenya did, I feel, and that I'm talking as someone who analyzes regimes and advises, please. So what I feel went wrong is that there was so much euphoria after the 25th of June that it just killed the movement. But the real regime, the accountability, the democratic regime that we've always wished for happened between the 25th of June and July, where the parliamentarians were forced to join spaces because nothing else was going on in Kenya. You had to be on the space. Now, where are those suffering Kenyans? Where are those who don't receive dialysis? They need to be on spaces. We must bring the regime back to the spaces so that those people understand that people are the ones who voted them in, they run the country, they create and can destroy. They have to understand that. I'm about to land, but I wanted to say, now, I just don't talk. When there was a situation in Berlin, and that is always the case, where those who are renters felt discriminated against because the landlords have very high rates. We all went to this area of Berlin, which is a poor area. It's called Neukölln, and we protested against the closing of pubs and the removal of tenants. We protested day and night. And that is what brought the Berlin Wall down. They protested in 1989 every day for a week. So you cannot protest for 1 week and announce we're protesting on Tuesday, and then on Tuesday you say, okay, let's protest on Thursday. The government is ready. It has to be a surprise. It must be made the Kenyan regime must be made ungovernable at this point. We are tired. We're sick and tired of hearing all these news of people dying. Now, in Egypt, the revolution of 2011, it is one thing we can really borrow a leaf from as Kenyans. So it was sparked by widespread discontent with autocratic rule. We have all the current Kenyan regime exhibits all characteristics of our dictatorship. And if I may mention some of these characteristics, which Ruto, he's really not ashamed of showing at all. I'm really embarrassed at this point, honestly, sometimes to be Kenyan. The only thing I'm proud of are the marathon runners. If you look at judicial disputes, now, William Ruto has had several high-profile conflicts with Kenya's judiciary. For example, he has publicly criticized court rulings that have blocked some of his key policies, accusing judges of being corrupt and biased. So this has raised a lot of concerns about his commitment, as you all know, to the rule of law and the independence of the judiciary. How do you constitute the IEBC when Ruto is still in power? That means you want to surrender all your democratic rights towards a dictator, and that can only go wrong. So then we have the tax policies. He always comes up, there's a housing levy, then agriculture. How do you buy land? How do you purchase land and cannot grow the simplest things on that land? And just, moonbeams, which are grown everywhere. Why should they forbid it? Kenyans, please, I urge you. I'm not talking because I want to, I'm going to come back to Kenya, to a peaceful Kenya where people have died for my sake. Like I said, I may never return to Kenya, but I want those who are in Kenya to enjoy the freedom we enjoy. And then there's the handling of protests. The government's response to these protests. Last year, over 70 people died. This year, we know very well over 300 people have died. Right now, there's a missing man, a young man called Muridi. Nobody is talking about it. It is until, and that is why I also oppose the influencers. When the influencers disappear, everyone calls for their release. When they are released, they don't call for the release of the abductees. And that is why I will not listen if anyone says don't, attack Morara or don't attack anyone else, because we have to call until everyone realizes this is not a problem of the minority. It is a problem of it's not a problem of the majority. It is a problem of all of us, the minority, the majority, all of us have to be on board. We cannot call for the release of Morara and he comes out and doesn't call for the justice for Bruce, for instance. Where is Murithi right now? How many of you know that Murithi is missing? That is what pisses me off, and I will not stop calling them out, honestly. Because as soon as you go out there and you want to be a leader, I want to see you function and work for the people, not for yourself. If I see that, I'm gonna oppose that by all means. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kenya
Okay,
lady.
thank
But if
you.
you have more details, share with us so that we can know and follow up on the same. And thank you for your submission.
Okay.
But what you're saying is very true. So if you know anybody who is missing, let us know, and then let us. We'll follow up adequately with the leaders and with other forms of KOT. I see you.
Hillary, who was next in that order? I can see KOT there too.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I see you guys. Oh, okay, let me hear Chief Advisor, then KOT. You come in. KOT, thank you so much for joining us.
Hillary, you can hear me?
Yes, Abdi, I can hear you. Let Chief Advisor go, then KOT come in.
Hillary?
Okay, hi
I
guys.
can hear Abdi. Hi,
Hello.
Chief.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
So,
Very well.
okay, so I want to be very brief but my take will be very controversial. And I want people to understand that Kenyan politicians wametuzoea. Like what they know is that they know that wanajua system. And being that they know the system, they know how to manipulate it. They know that they can do anything. You will go to court, they'll drag it in court. These are done in 30-year contracts. You've seen now they're doing 30-year contracts. It's because they know that we'll go to court, they'll sign a contract which says that if that contract is revoked, they still get paid. So no matter what we do, these 30-year contracts will go through. In other words, we are going to be colonized by Ruto and Raila. Because don't assume that Raila can be in that same room where a multi-million dollar, because ODM is not in government. In your mind, no ODM is in government. And they cannot be in a room where a 30-year power deal is being struck, a 30-year airport deal, a 30-year, all that, it has to go through finance, it has to go through all those guys. They cannot be in that same room and not get a share. Baba has gotten a share. Baba is gone. Do not even depend on Baba now. And I tell people, I have been a Baba supporter since I got my ID. I have voted for him many times. I have chewed tear gas. Nimetoka makamasi na machozi because of kutetea Baba na tear gas. Tukapigwa hadi na mawe that time tukitoka na airport. But I say now, Baba tumachana na yeye. Oh, know that ODM is in government and this government is not for us. Ni government ya kukula na kuharibu. The devil comes to kill and destroy. So I'm saying I'm going to be very controversial. What I want to say here, government did not listen to you until you entered parliament. In other words, do not think of going through the system ways. At least you will go to court. Yes, we'll do all those. We'll go to court, we'll demo. But they're used to that. They know they have the system in their hands. You'll go to court, they'll drag it in court. They will do what? They will even go against court orders. You saw what Masengeli did. When he was called to go to court, he refused to go. They'll even ignore court orders because it's their system. I remember when Nelson Mandela was struggling against apartheid, he got to a place where he knew he had to establish an armed resistance, umkhonto wesizwe, because he knew the system was built by the white man for the white man. No matter what he did, the white man could just counteract him within the system. You will go to court, there's a judge there, there's SWAT, there's all these things. The prosecutor even refused to take your case. So he went armed. In other words, he did what these people did not imagine that it can be done. Like people can arm themselves and go against them. In other words, when people stormed parliament, these people never imagined that can happen. When we did that, they were like shocked, like, hey, they had to listen to us. Parliamentarians were running around, they had to come to spaces, they had to do this because they were shocked. We did something they did not expect. In other words, we need to do things which they did not expect. And I'd like to remind you of this thing. I remember when Garissa University was attacked, 147 people died, 79 were injured by only 4 Al-Shabaab. There were only 4 Al-Shabaab militants who killed 147 people and injured 79. And when the police went there late. I remember a senior police officer said one thing, that, hey, you know what? Only 4 people did this, killed all these people. It was a massacre. And the police officer said, if only 5 or 10 of you were brave enough to charge at these Al-Shabaab people with their guns, many would have been saved. Yes, they would have killed maybe 10, maybe 20, but not 147, not injured 79 people. In other words, what am I saying? We are allowing ourselves, we are many, but we're allowing a few people to rule us on Natunyanyasa. But because we are not brave enough to sema, if only one of us can do something, if only 5 people can attack, if only one person can do what? As I said, my take is very controversial. And my take is simply this.
Unless the head of the snake is cut off, we will cry for 10, 7, 20 years. They'll come up with laws. It's their system. They will come up with new laws. They will sign contracts. They'll reject court orders. They will send the police and the NIS who are even in this place, even listening to me. They will be set against us. They will do all this because they have the system. Unless we decide we are going to do things which are beyond their thinking, that we're going to stand parliament, that we're going to even assassinate even that Ruto, shoot him in the head and he goes and Akinaitumba run into the bushes. Imagine if Ruto days tomorrow, Chungo will never stand. These MPs will be running around in the bird place and disappear. Unless we do things which they do not imagine we can do. Unless one brave Kenyan can do something which we do not even think. We cannot all of us 147 die because of 4 Al-Shabaab people who are bothering us. We cannot sell our country into slavery. In the next, Ruto knows it's going to go. And what does he do? He signs the 30-year contract because he's saying kitolea serikali. For 30 years, stima itakuwa na wapea because you know everyone uses electricity, itakuwa ya Ruto. For 40 years, atakuwa pale airport anajenga kila kitu. Even right now, nasikia Kenya is distributing internet. That internet ukiangalia it's Telcom. And I'm very sure Telcom was already sold. So some Dubai company was buying Telcom. Telcom was sold to some Ruto company. And at the end, officially, because Parliament gave Ruto the right to sell anything without Parliament oversight. So I'm very sure even that airport, Telcom is sold in Ruto. All these things, and Anunua, look at the SHA system. It costs 104 billion. That SHA system, I can tell you for free because I've worked a lot in those IT projects.
Chief, we lose you.
A name like Adani.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear you? Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Sorry for that. So I'm saying he's taking these monies and he's. So we saw the Nation newspaper saying Adani has been given over 400 billion. Our economy, the amount we collect is 12.7 trillion around there. So is it 2.7? No, 2.7 trillion. Adani has been given 15% of our economy. Imagine one company being given power deals, airport deals, SHA system. 15% of our economy, the money we collect by KRA, is going to Adani. Unless we do something controversial, unless we storm parliament, unless we shoot someone in the head, unless we stone these people, unless we burn them alive, unless we show them that it's not, we are angry and it's not business as usual. I'm telling you, these court processes, do not think about doing things. They are used to that. Utaenda kotini tu, watatembea tu kwa barabara. Unless we do something controversial. I'm telling you the truth, Ruto akufe. That's my take. Raila and that's my take. Thank you.
Asante sana Chief Advisor kwa hiyo na kusema hayo yote tunashukuru kwa yote na nafikiri hiyo ndio lengo letu kuu ambayo tuko hapa tutazungumza, tunaona njia nzuri ya kufuatilia mambo ambayo yanatendeka katika nchi yetu. KOT, salimia bwana, salimia watu. Unaendeleaje?
Poa, mkoaje? Hope mko fiti. Been a minute kabla nikuje hizi space za Hillary, mkoaje?
Niko sawa kaka, vipi?
Nashukuru. So acha mi niende straight to the point, yeah. Point number 1, I'll talk about unity ya hawa jamaa wenye wanajiita revolutionaries. Of course kila mtu mwenye ako kwa hii space hapa probably you guys are revolutionaries and we really need to have something called unity. Tumekuwa tukihost spaces all along from June, yeah, up to now. And of course, at some point I felt like there are some people who just want to do these things for themselves, yeah, without prioritizing what others are doing and without coming up with strategies. We have a united movement, and that's why unapata today there is somebody talking about Adani, another one talking about SHA, another one talking about Shifu, another one talking about politics and whatever and so on and so forth. So you find out that we are having people speaking about different issues at the same time, and so haziezi skika, and most probably kama let me take you back to June when we were talking about the reject finance bill. During the reject finance bill, the main thing that took us to the streets was that finance bill, and so each and every person was talking about it. We had a lot of issues that were burning sisi kama citizens, but we are not measuring on those small issues. We are measuring on the one big issue, which was a reject finance bill, and that's why tulikuwa na that unity. Kila mtu alikuwa anatoka nyumbani akikuja kwa streets, knowing that we are going to protest against finance bill 2024. And so today we are having a lot of issues. Na mkiangalia hizi issues zote, mkizichukua zote, the issue of Adani, the issue of Shifu, the issue of SHA, the issue of the new funding model, the university new funding model, sijui the corruption issues, zile nini stalled project issues, all these issues, they only revolve around the current government or the current regime we are having. My thought was, what if we come out in large numbers? Sisi kama the citizen of this nation, I no longer use the word the young people because we already have even the Gen X joining us. What if we all come out and identify the major problem ni gani? Is the major problem the Kenya Kwanza government? If it's yes, then let us do it like what we did for the Finance Bill 2024. Tuseme now Kenya Kwanza government must go home. If we say Kenya Kwanza government must go home, we mean the presidency, the legislature, some part of the judiciary. Because mi nashangaa unatoka tu wapi morning, uamke ukuja useme Waluke who spend some time hapa committee amekuwa mweupe kama pamba, and so you drop the charges ama you overturn the decision. I think somebody who did that akona kichwa mbaya, akili yake ni mbaya. And so apart from that, I think we need to have that unity venye nasema. Tuweke hizi issues zote kando, tukuje na issue moja pamoja, tuseme we want the Kenya Kwanza government to go home. And now when we turn out to the streets, that's the only song we are chanting. Because if you go there to chant about Adani issues, today we'll be chanting about Adani issues, alafu the same government, they are planning something else. Remember when we were going, imekuwa juzi, when we were going to Milimani law courts demanding that Morara must be released, these guys were busy, they were busy ensuring that the SHA and SHIF is now in place. Na tukakuja nyumbani after that, kila mtu amechoka, now you are receiving messages that you have been migrated from NHIF to SHA. So you are wondering, tulikuwa huko tunapiga kelele tu, but those guys were doing something else. So let us have that unity, tukuje pamoja, we identify the major problem is the Kenya Kwanza government, the UDA government, the Ruto government, those people to go home. I think if you come out in large numbers and demand that as a united person or as a united people, then it will make difference. Otherwise, currently people are doing civic education, which is so good. Personally, I'm doing it here on this platform, on digital platform, and also on the ground. So I wanted to encourage my fellow wale mnajiita activists. If you are good at digital activism, kindly do it to your best. And if you are good at the ground activism, where you can you can speak to people, you are good at public speaking, go out there and educate our people what is exactly happening. Yeah. And if you are good at both, kindly piga show yako mchana, ongea na watu, educate them, kuja hapa host space, educate them, is what I've been doing. That's what I can advise us. And let us use these big digital platforms: X, Facebook, TikTok, Telegram, of course, Instagram, hizo zote. So if you are good at you have a good following on those platforms, TikTok, X, kindly use that platform wisely, because when you are going to feed people with certain information and these people follow you, of course they will buy your idea. Kama tu juzi venye Aoka alisema mimi ni mole hapa, alisema mimi ni NIS, and you guys, some of you guys bought that idea, yeah, because she has that influence. So use your influence wisely on the digital platform you are having. Otherwise, to ignore story nyingi za government bloggers, because they're the one who are trying to ensure that tuko this unity tuko nayo wametu break katikati. And so I don't have much to say, but let us identify the major problem we are having. If it's that Kenya Kwanza government, then let them go home. Wote Ruto, sijui ni Gachagua, sasa hizi pia naona Raila pia ameenda huko, and so on and so forth. Let each and every person go home. Sisi kama vijana wenye tunataka kuchange this nchi, we can occupy those places to ensure that we are having a good country, that the next generation that is coming, the generation Alpha, they found this nation as a better place. Thank you so much, Hilary. Nitawasikiza.
Asante. Asante KT for the work that you're doing, and also coming to the space and also giving your sentiments on the same. That's very true. What we need is unity. The problem is some people come in between us and now divert our attention on what we need to do, the proper action that we need to take. So we need to be very careful on those things, on those others. And we have the numbers now, and we can do it. Bonnie and Milton, I don't know whether you can chime in before we give Lady Justice, and then we give Kumbuken. And Neto, if you have something up there, you just come in. You are co-host, right? Milton.
Okay, Hillary. I just want to say something. KOT, first of all, I have to admit that you're one of the young people that I strongly feel you're doing the right thing, and you're consistent, and you're fearless, and you know what it is that we need to fight for. I salute you, and I encourage you. Whenever I have the opportunity, I've always come to your space. And earlier on, I don't know whether you are here, but I did say that we need to make these spaces a 24-hour affair, round the clock, so that, and the beauty of it is that we have Kenyans all over the world. So there is no time that the space will lack quorum or will lack people. So if we can continue, I know sometimes you have your spaces up to, as late as 3, 4 in the morning. I've been there, and I think what you're doing is commendable. If we can all pull together, it is important that we sustain the narrative. I want to say, based on what KOT said, I still stand by the fact that our enemy is not Caswell, is not Morara, is not KOT, is not Hillary. Our enemy is the imperialists who are oppressing us and passing policies that are against the people. So we cannot afford to be distracted and to now start cannibalizing each other, because that is the rule that those politicians use to divide, so that when they divide us, then they get their way through. We cannot afford to do that. All we have to do is to make sure that we whip each other into order. And in revolutions like this, in movements like this, it is very easy for power to get into somebody's head. It is very easy for someone for this thing to get into their head, and they get popular, and they think that now they are going to be the next president of Kenya. Ruto goes, I come in, I am going to be. It is very easy for people to get that distracted. It is natural. We must allow people to be human enough and to make mistakes. But when they make mistakes, we must never castigate them and correct them so harshly in a way that we lose them. We need everybody, we need that energy, we need that skill. They are a resource that is necessary for the movement to succeed. We must always be reminded that even when we make mistakes, we are still human. And those mistakes do not define or do not mean that we have lost the cause. We can correct each other with love as hard as we can, but always remember that a soldier lost to the enemy is a major loss that we can never recover, and that extends, it postpones our victory by, even if it will be by an hour. We cannot afford to do that. We need to pull together. We need to speak with each other. KOT, Morara, Casmuel, Mercy, let us all find a way of talking together, and so that we can be able to achieve. And which brings me to a point where Mheshimiwa Neto will agree with me that we need to have uh, sort of, I know it is not the way it is supposed to be, but we need to have a council of elders of sorts. You know, that upper house where people go to and we're like, no, we can't go that direction. We need to whip each other into proper order so that we can be able to achieve this. I want to say, as a land, one thing that I've kept saying, we must always remember and bear in mind that this is not a sprint, this is a marathon. And as we go, we will get to the 20th kilometer mark, and some people will fall by the wayside. We will get to the 30th kilometer mark. That is when you begin to realize who is in the race, who is in the winning pack, who is likely to be in the medal bracket, and like that. We are still probably at the 10th or 15th, approaching the 15th kilometer mark in this race. It is a marathon, and not everybody is going to finish. But as many as they started, we will have them at the end of the day say they participated in this marathon. And the winner ultimately has to be magnanimous enough to say it is the Kenyan people that have won. It is my motherland. It is my country that we all celebrate because we are a part and we can partake of the success that Kenya becomes. That is the conversation that I need us to have. That is the call to action that we must be able to have, and we must be able to embrace as a people. The enemy is the political thugs that we have out there. And the winner that we must have is the mamamboga, is the boda boda person, is the service that Kenyans will get for their taxes, is the services they will get from a government that they install that will be acting and making decisions in the best interest of the people. What we must do, and I will, in conclusion for this statement, is that we must rise up now. It is not tomorrow. Even as we are having this space right now, William Ruto and the other thugs are plotting what they are going to do against us. We cannot afford to go to slumber for 7 days. We must do it now. I would want us to speak to the strategies that we deploy to make sure that the anger here, Sirayote, it has translated into. By the way, what Chief Advisor said, I agree that when you're in a fight like this, you must think like a terrorist. And death is also an option. Sometimes you wish your enemy death because that will be the freedom that you do. So let us not castigate people who say if William Ruto today and his cartels were dead, that Kenya will be free. There is nothing treasonous about it. There is nothing sinful about it. It is just a normal way of thinking. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. For that.
I'll just,
Somebody can
yeah, I'll just add a little bit. Go ahead.
Okay, that's okay. So, guys, this is the order. Lady Justice, then Kumbukeni. Oh, Sankara, you've been here. Kumbukeni, Sankara, then Maverick. In that order, that one to keep at least 2-3 minutes. It will be okay with us as we winding up. Neto and Abdi, you can come in anytime. Bonnie, you can come back. But I see Comrade Mbuka. Buka, I see you, man. If you have time, you can come up and also chime in on the today's agenda or topic that we have today. Yes, Lady Justice, go ahead.
Hilary, I just wanted to add on what Dr. Ari has just said, leaving the stage, and it's this call to unity and peace. You know, in the Luo culture, we like to say, "Pesa okoe rokoko." Money doesn't like noise. And when we say that, people just think it's literally money. No, anything you want to achieve in life doesn't like noise. And noise is any kind of commotion, you know, the fights between Kasmuel and, I don't know, Murara and who. All this, we might think that the distraction is coming from the government or is coming from the members of parliament, but it's within the movement right here. And we see members, the influential members of the movement constantly fighting, and you are the ones who are making these movements tall. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Two people, you can be in a movement and still have different opinions. It is the diversity of opinion that is eventually going to give us best results. Don't expect everybody to reason like you. Don't expect everybody to you know, if Kasmuel is meeting Raila Odinga, don't go like, oh, he's a sellout. You do not know what he's doing there. Maybe he's going to go in there and he's going to get intel that is going to be very, very helpful to the movement. But the moment you've already cast a stone at him, he's not going to come back. He's going to be like, you know what? Forget it. Order for order. I'm done with you people. And then at that point, the movement has lost an individual. One person has left the table, and now the conversation is stalled or is not definitely not going to continue. So let's think about that. Pesa ohero koko. Money doesn't like noise. And if you want to translate it to the movement, success of the movement does not like commotion and noise. Thank you.
Wow. As Kumbukani coming in, Neto, do you have anything to, or Abdi? Go ahead.
Yeah. Maybe I will add a little bit to what they said also. I think in any revolution, I think there will be moments when certain leaders may stray from the path that serves the people's struggle. I think it is easy to feel the way everyone has said, the way Dr. Milton has said, it's easy to feel disillusioned when we count on waivers.
Is Abdi speaking? I can't hear him.
Can you hear me, Hilary?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Neto. Yeah, so it's easy to feel disillusioned when this happens, but we must focus not just calling out on mistakes, I think, but offering a way back. A genuine revolutionary movement is about building future, not tearing down the present. That means creating a space for dialogue, understanding those who have lost their sight of the cause, and helping them to reconnect with the vision we are all fighting for. I think we can't afford to dismiss those stumbles. We must guide them. Revolutionary isn't about just resistance. It's about nurturing a collective leadership that keeps the movement strong. A house divided will falter, but if we unite, and for those who stray can be brought back into the fold, strengthening the cause instead of weakening it, our commitment, I would say, to a positive change must remain unwavering, and the door should always be open those who are willing to return to the fight of justice. I think that is my take on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Hilary. Thanks, Abdi. I just want to say two things to echo what Milton said. Milton, I agree with you that there's need for a council of elders that needs to check and guide. I mean, and it underscores the initial clarion call that people made, that it could not just be a Gen Z revolution. It needed to be a Gen Zote, so that the experience of the yesteryears is brought to inform and guide the way the direction of the new movement goes. So I really, really agree to the extent that, you need a council that really checks on people in terms of balancing emotions and also guiding. That's one. But the second one, which you said, which is a thing that I really want to address, is that a soldier lost to the enemy extends the struggle, extends the fight for some time. So we must always guard against, losing our point. Thanks so much. The next speaker that Hilary had called out.
Asante Hilary, Asante Neto. Hello everyone, habari gani. Just a few things that have been said so far. It's good to see everyone. It's good to see that the spaces are continuing to solutions and not just talking about Gachagwa's impeachment. So as far as money doesn't like noise, if you do not understand the capitalist system, if you do not understand the imperialist system, you can say that and we can all walk away and say that was a great input. But if you understand that actually the capitalist system and the imperialist system thrives on noise, they create that noise so that they can function, then you're not just going to say that and walk away. So there's a way to do, it's a dance. And it's a dance that you have to be really good at doing. That noise, they're the ones who've created it. And they thrive. They make billions from noise. So they want to see noise. So if you go as a Kenyan saying, money doesn't like noise because you see yourself as part of capitalism, but capitalism does not see you as a Black person as part of them, then your solutions are going to be temporary because you have lost sight of how you need to fight and who your enemy is. So two things. We have to start thinking of being anti-capitalist. That does not mean that we are not building wealth. We've been lied to that capitalism is the be and all of everything, that without it, your economy is not good. Without it, we're in mshamba. You're not awoke, you're not civilized if you don't have capitalism, but it's a big lie. And the disruption, the dysfunction that you see all over Africa beyond Kenya is intentionally designed and put in place by these imperialists. And Ruto was chosen because he is a dysfunctional leader, intentionally chosen because they knew he was going to create disruption, which would make them be able to slide in and take over our economy while we were fighting each other. So with Lady Justice, I agree and disagree that yes, we need to stop fighting within each other, but we cannot think that capitalism doesn't like noise and go along with that, because capitalism, which I'm calling money capitalism, because that essentially is what it is, thrives on noise. And in fact, they create it so that they can continue making the money. I like what KOT said. Lady Justice had come in and said, let's not focus on Ruto, but we'll be remiss if we don't focus on Ruto. And something else also I was going to suggest is we need to learn how to multitask. Focusing on Ruto doesn't mean that we're not focusing on other things, right? But we know we cannot take our eyes off of Ruto. So we cannot take our eyes off of Ruto and wait for 2027. First of all, there might not be a 2027. There's a bill sitting in the House right now of extending their terms to 7 years. So you all keep talking about 2027 as if it's a guarantee when it really isn't a guarantee. And we are seeing that Ruto is a student of Museveni, and Museveni, even his own son, just recently, in the last 2 weeks, stepped down from running for president to let his father run. His own son. This man is so obsessed with power and wanting to retain it that even his own son had to step down. He can't even hand it down to his son. So for us to keep talking about a future of following the system that these people don't follow is to be delusional. So I say we can focus on taking down Ruto while building the economy, focusing on building the economy. We can focus on taking down Ruto while putting structures in place to save our food security, because right now it's under threat. We can focus on taking down Ruto while building structures of education that are moving away from the miseducation system. So I agree with KOT, we cannot take our eyes off of Ruto. This idea of investors, and these investors are not in Kenya for us. These investors are not investing in us, they're investing in them. You know, we hear all these words and we think we are part of them. To understand what is going on, you have to understand racism. It is a big part of everything. I know for us, because we live in nations where we see ourselves all over the place, the white people are not there, so racism is not at forefront for us. But you have to look at it globally. And it is a forefront in global economy, global interactions, global politics. Racism is a big part of it. And they see you as inferior to them. So for you to use their systems to build your house is going to be crumbling every time you start, because their systems are intentionally designed to keep you down. So when we talk about finance and economy, and we are using these terms that capitalists and white folk, let's be specific. Imperialists are white folk, and the Chinese are stepping into in that position. They're very much imperialists. We are defeating ourselves because they're not investing in us. So when we talk of investment, if we are talking about investing, you have to be specific, investing in us. Don't just say investing. Those multinationals are there to take and rip off, and everything they do is going back into their system, excuse me. On Kumbukeni, we recently had John Perkins, who wrote Confessions of an Economic Hitman. I encourage you all to read that. If you're close to me, reach out to me. I'll see how you can get that. If you cannot get the book, go on Kumbukeni. The videos are there, and listen. And these people intentionally design, they go to these places because they know they can get away with human rights violations. They can hire you for nothing. They can beat you up and have you work for 20. I have family right now who's working on cruise ship, and they're working 11 hours a day, 7 days a week. That, if the US was, these cruise ships belong to the US, but they've registered in other places so that they can get away with these bad practices, so that they can abuse your labor. If that was to be brought to a court of law in the US and they were held accountable by the legal structure of the United States, they'd be found at fault, because you're not supposed to work 11 hours a day, 7 days a week. That is an abuse of labor, but they're doing it. And so we need to stop seeing ourselves as part of their system. These investors who are coming to Kenya are not investing for us. And I celebrate every time I hear they don't want to invest in Kenya, because that will give us a chance to grow our economy. It is a celebration. We should stop crying. Why do you want the Mzungu in your country investing? Why can't you want a black person investing? Like, we need to stop talking about they have the answers and always seeing the white people as our answer for our future. The answer is in us. White folk are there for themselves, and they will never, ever build anything that benefits us. So it's a high time we move away from that. And then the last point is, we have to start seeing beyond Kenya. The way we are going to win is African unity. I read, and this was on KOT's space, and I thank you for letting me read that verse from the book, The Kenyan Struggle, The Kenyan Freedom Struggle, Dedan Kimathi's letters, a compilation of the Mau Mau, the Kenya Land and Freedom Army's letters that was put together by Maina wa Kenyatta. And Dedan Kimathi writes a letter. In there is a letter from him to the Ugandans when the Kabakas were taken away. They were taken down, and he's offering to send Mau Mau warriors to Uganda to support them. Dedan Kimathi, as much as they were fighting the freedom fight and struggle fight to get their land back in Kenya, they still were not happy about shit that was happening outside of Kenya, because they knew it affected everyone. When Ghana got independence, Kwame Nkrumah says, this is a victory, but it's not a full victory, because without independence of the other nations, we are still not independent because we are at risk. So we have to start thinking strategically and stop being selfish to think that the solution is just within our borders. And the day that we start coordinating with the Ugandans, we start coordinating with the Nigerians, we start coordinating with Namibia, everywhere, then we're going to start having a conversation that is going to actually be foundational and sustainable. But Santeni.
Asante sana Kumbukeni kwa hayo, na tunashukuru sana kwa maoni yako. Dr. Milton, you come in before Maverick and Buka?
Yeah. I just want to say this. Kumbukeni has said something very profound, and which we must be able to think about. And this is about the foreign direct investment. The idea of foreign direct investment. I want to tell you this. I don't know whether maybe any of you has had the time to watch Dr. Ikuru Akot when I think he was talking to Ikonini TV or Ikonini something. If you get time, just try and look for it. I will try and put that link here. But Dr. Ikuru was saying, and I've been in that situation before myself in 2016, where these investors from foreign countries coming to Kenya don't think that they are there to make money. These oligarchs, these politicians make a lot of money, and I can say, Dr. Ikuru Okot was talking about somebody demanding for $10 million before they can get a license to operate in Kenya. That is $1 billion shillings plus, 1.3 billion to be precise in this economic at the current exchange rate. And that happens all the time. They demand for shares. They are demanding for stakes in these foreign companies that are coming to Kenya. And in the end, every single company that is coming to do business in Kenya has a politician as a shareholder. And they have paid huge kickbacks. No wonder there is very little you can talk about that you have all these foreign companies or all these multinationals operating in Kenya, but you cannot see that directly as economic development, because what they do, they are brought into the pockets of the politicians, and therefore what they are doing is they're not doing business. They are not developing the economy. They are just reaping. They are just being used as conduits to take money from Kenya to foreign countries. So we cannot be talking about and blackmailing the country that we cannot do maandamano because we are going to scare away investors. Those investors, let them go away because they are not serving Kenyans' interests. And I was involved in the Alphabet, which is one of the biggest betting companies in the world. I was involved, and Simon Chelugui, who is now the CS, the kind of things they were doing, the kind of demands they were making, you cannot believe it. So these things, foreign direct investment does not have to come in the name of Mzungus. We have Kenyan investors, Kenyans who have invested in the diaspora and they have made money. They would want to invest back home, but they are not given a chance. Why? Because they cannot play the kind of games that these people want us to play. Why is Adani be the only company that could invest in new transmission lines and the power, the energy sector? Even JKI, why couldn't we give Kenyans? So basically, what we are saying, this regime and this structure has to go. And within the Pan-African context that Kumbukeni has spoken about, that is another profound conversation that we need to have. That when one country is struggling, then you can imagine the impact it will have. We need, when the continent is talking about free trade area, we need to think about the bigger picture, but then we need to mobilize ourselves so that we can take the leadership in terms of holding our political systems to account and reconstructing it in such a way that it works for the people and not the colonialists. Mzungu ambaye alienda akaacha mzungu mweusi who is now colonizing us in the name, even the democratic system that we talk about, the IEBC we are talking about. We need to ask ourselves whether it is designed to work for us or it is designed as a form of slavery in the name of democracy. We need to rethink all this, and that is why this conversation is important, and that is why we need to stop it. We need to speak truth to power, and we need to end this fear and blackmail that our country is going to be doomsday if we send away William Ruto and if we have maandamano every single day. Kenyans have demonstrated time and again, and you cannot even count that we are a resilient lot and we know what we want, we know what works for us, and all we need is to replace these warthogs and these hyenas that make us believe that we can only succeed if Raila Odinga or if William Ruto and their children and their grandchildren are the ones at the top of that political structure that we design for ourselves. We need to get away from it. Maandamano is the only way. Foreign direct investment can happen by our own people, even from the diaspora. We have successful enterprises elsewhere that can come home and invest and do business and benefit our people. Thank you.
Thank you, Milton. Book, I want to bring you in. Elderable Neto, you can pick it from there. Okay, Maverick, then Comrade Buka. Neto, pick it from there. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Hillary. Good evening, everyone. So, first of all, I'm going to speak about, or maybe I'll just mention about the foreign direct investment. So, I believe that investors usually invest in terms that are favorable for them. And I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. Now, what should be there is that our government is the one that bears the responsibility to ensure that the country is the biggest winner. Like even if we talk about the Adani and all of these criminal enterprises, the problem is not Adani. The problem is Ruto's government. The problem is parliament. Adani will do what is good for Adani. Although we know that Adani is probably a Kenyan, but as an investor, they'll do what is good for them, and the government should ensure that the country is the winner. But that is not what I wanted to talk about. So I'm going to talk about two things. The first one, I'll talk about a snake and its venom. And the second thing will be, what is our priority? What do we want? What should we, in my view, focus on? So Kenya as a country is on a deathbed. The country is literally being sold right before our eyes. We see what is happening. We see the broad daylight theft. There's a disease, and the disease that is ailing us, in my view, is parliament. Because everything that is happening because it is allowed to happen by parliament. Chief and Shah, parliament. Rutoism, parliament. The cabinet that we have right now, it was vetted by parliament. Adani, parliament is not talking about that. They're busy talking about Gachoka's impeachment. The power that Raila currently holds is parliament. We've started talking about the prolonging of terms. Who are the people who are going to ensure that this happens? It's parliament. So who is the problem? Who is the problem? Because parliament is the gate through which all these things get into the country. And if we want to stop it, we have to go to the gates and stop it from happening. So Ruto has succeeded in one thing. The one thing that he succeeded in is ensuring that we are scattered. He's ensured that we're talking about Gachoka's impeachment during this coming week. That is going to be the top of the agenda. If that is not the top of the agenda, we're going to be talking about Raila, because Raila said that he endorses the Adani deal. Then there's these internal fights that we have. So, and then we're going to get probably more things. We're going to talk about horticultural bill that is wicked. A lot of distractions all the time. And that is why it's important that we get something to focus on. And for us to win this battle, we have to leave all the distractions and focus on one thing, and that is the dissolution of parliament. Because while all these things are happening, Ruto is consolidating his powers. He's bringing in his troops. He's ensuring that he's getting stronger and stronger, and we get distracted and more distracted. I'm thankful for the teams that are doing things behind closed doors. The Tony Gachokas, the Bookers, and many others. There's a battle going on in court. And this war is going to be won, I believe, in two places. And that is in the courts, and most importantly, in the streets. We need change to be the top of the agenda. So my submission is that we should focus our energy towards the dissolution of parliament, that we must mobilize to camp around parliament so that we force Ruto to dissolve it. And if Ruto dissolves parliament, and also I know some of us can be saying that, but I don't think that Ruto can do that. No, Ruto can do that. The only reason why he can't do that is because right now he owns the narrative. We are playing at his narrative. We are discussing the things that he wants us to discuss. The last time when we had the narrative, we forced Ruto to withdraw the finance bill. And that is why it's important that we get back and own the narrative. We forced Ruto to dissolve parliament, and therefore we trigger elections, and then we put IBC on the top of the agenda with everyone focused on that, and to ensure that we get a system that is going to give us the leaders, the people that are going to speak for what Kenyans, for the needs of Kenyans. So without parliament, Ruto becomes harmless. So parliament is the snake, or parliament is the snake's venom. Without it, Ruto is just a snake. He might bite, but we'll be able to defeat him. That is my submission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Comrade Buka, you're coming up next.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, my friend Agustino Neto. And of course, Hillary, you've been doing a good job in making sure that we have space to talk about issues. But this space, this particular one today has really interested me. I was actually not ready to speak, but the discussions, I think I quite like Kumbukeni's discussions. It was really powerful in a sense. And, you know, from my background, I am a leader of the Communist Party of Kenya, you know, and for the first time, I'm getting into a space where people are talking about certain interesting things. Like, for example, the talk about anti-imperialist, anti-capitalist, and to bring out the problem of the Kenyan society as a neo-colonial capitalist system. You know, this is absolutely heartwarming in my reflections today. And of course, also the concept of Pan-Africanism, because, you know, there was one intellectual from Zanzibar that said that all these things we are dealing with about negotiating with the former colonizers, that absolutely depends on the African continent to fire their own economy. What if we can negotiate with the global north as a continent and make sure that the interest of the Kenyan people is also the interest of the continental Africa? And he wrote a very interesting book, African Socialism or Socialist Africa. And his name is A.M. Babu. Classic from what Kumbukeni has actually reminded us today. But what if we were to make the total interest of our brothers and sisters in Congo, in Ivory Coast, you know, and even the Black African population that are outside the continent against their own will. You know, they are there because they have a shared, you know, history with us, not just of colonialism and now neo-colonialism, but also the history of slavery. The second thing that I wanted to mention after, of course, that celebratory mood is to discuss about the Gen Z leaders that have emerged. Because from the party, from the Communist Party of Kenya, and what we do with other political parties and at the National Coordination Committee for People's Assembly, we try to do an analysis. Because if our revolution was that easy, then it would have been useless to spend so many hours trying to analyze the Kenyan society and the forces of change, and trying to also bring out who is the Kenyan primary enemy in actual sense. I really like, Maverick has reduced the problems in parliament, but I think bourgeois parliament or parliamentarism has several weaknesses, because even though constitutionally it has so many powers, but it's actually a bought crowd by the executive. There is nothing being discussed in that parliament, comrades. Nothing completely. In fact, if there is any bill to benefit the interest of the majority, that bill is actually being lobbied by certain civic society, because even the NATO-led a case now that actually the Communist Party of Kenya has joined in an apparent way to dissolve parliament, in itself arose from a pressure from without parliament. And I think NATO led, at that time he was the member of parliament, and he was looking for himself went to court to make sure that this this bill did not go through. And in fact, I think after that, NATO had to go to court and have it ruled under Justice Maraga. But even after Justice Maraga ruled, parliament still remains in place illegally. So it basically means that parliament is just a lapdog of the executive power. And every time that the executive want to pass unpopular, regulations in parliament, they invite them at the State House pavilion and feed them, make them drunk and give them money and send them back to vote. I think all of us saw the stupidity in parliament, even during the impeachment of Gachoka. Everything that Gachoka was accused of, President William Samoei Ruto is guilty of. If it is corruption and tribal mobilization, Kenya Kwanza itself is a product of corruption and tribal mobilization. Is it not? And as we have said before, during the run-up for elections last time, did we not see the deputy president then, President William Samoei Ruto, calling on political leaders, calling on religious leaders in the deputy president pavilion in Karen and handing over envelopes to them? Did we not see the use of dirty legal money to try and shape narratives and prop President William Samoei Ruto to be the candidate, the preferred candidate? Did we not see the sale of lies wholesale? Even this now, the unfortunate, the court has let Walukwe off the hook. Before Walukwe was actually, convicted to 67 years in prison. Yeah, we saw him taking selfies in State House with the president during the inauguration ceremony. What about the murderers, Didmas Baraz, and the lady in Kilifi who and his bodyguard murdered innocent people? Are they not the people piling around the presidency? So this only reinforces our conviction that the Kenya Kwanza government must go in its entirety, and not just the Kenya Kwanza government, even their hired mechanic, which is the ODM Raila Odinga, must die with them. Because in actual sense, even today, I think you people must have seen Raila Odinga was giving a statement to defend Adani. But he's just a dog of the West, this guy. He has no interest upon the Kenyan people. In fact, he is only working at the behest of the imperialist interest. And I could even give an example, because some people think that Raila is, very special and has been struggling for this country just because he has been able to shape narratives and balkanize the Luo community to try and say that the Luos are poor because the Kikuyus have been in government, while he's not even mentioning the fact that...
not on people, please. Can we please focus on matters? Thank you, because now you are bringing the Luos into the conversation and it's being disrespectful. Thank you.
First of all, Lady Justice, these are issues. The Luo community has been balkanized. In fact, during the visit of Raila Odinga and President William Samoei Ruto, after the appointment of the so-called broad-based government, this is what they had to say. and I can quote in verbatim, that it is the first time that a Luo is running the treasury. This has to be interpreted in the broader context of balkanization of tribes. For me, it's important. Because if we don't do that, then we will think here that the Luo community is monolithic, or Kikuyu community is monolithic. But the greatest issue is that we have rich and poor Kambas who actually share differences and struggles with the poor other tribes. So the tribal question must be at the center of our debate, because that is what is being used as mobilization. There is nothing special about the Luo nation or the Kikuyu nation or the Turkana nation if we don't understand that even though the first president of this country, Jomo Kenyatta, was a Kikuyu, and the second president and the third president was a Kalenjin, it's also important to know that the presidency of Jomo Kenyatta as a Kikuyu benefited rich Kikuyus and even rich people from other tribes and subjugated the poor Kikuyus. This is not something that is rocket science. It's also important to note that even when the Kalenjin Moi was in power, the people who benefited across all tribes were the rich people across those tribes and not the Kalenjin community that still remained poor and suffering from landlessness. This is what we need to tell the people. Of one leader over the other. These are facts that we must continue to interrogate. Because remember, why I'm saying this more forcefully is that President William Samoei Ruto and Raila Amolo Odinga want to return us to tribal mobilization of this country. That is why the accommodation of, for example, the Joho in government, it means to please the coastal people, that one of them is on their own. So if we do not expose this tribal balkanization and say that the only two tribes that we have in this country is the haves and the have-nots, those who have property and the propertyless, those who are filthy rich. And this helps us to bring out who are the real enemies of the Kenyan people. Because now, for example, I think is Maverick and Lady Justice that talk about direct foreign investments. This direct foreign investments, as we continue to look at it, there is a group of billionaires, whether they are from any tribes, but there are few billionaires that continues to cut deals with international capital. Mainly, for example, I'll give a good example. Let us look at AGOA program. This was rolled out by Bush and also under the Obama administration, and it continues. And this is what created the economic processing zones. This is what the imperialists and told us, that this was the way to provide jobs to the Kenyan community because we are poor. But interrogating the economic processing, the special economic processing zones, they are not places to work. They are places to subjugate and expropriate labor. They are modern day slavery camps. That is why in economic processing zone, anything that represents the labor rights is suspended. The multinationals, together with their illegal partners here, mainly political class, like, not just Raila's family, not just Jomo Kenyatta's family, not just, the Moi's family, and not just the big politicians, that have formed partnership with them. They have tax holidays for 10 years. They have subsidized water and electricity. All these things is a clear mission to rob the Kenyan people, not just of their labor, but of their destiny. And that is why I was thinking that those people want to get angry about debunking those tribal mobilization. For us, we think it's up to them. But for us, we need to continue to advance on the objective reality that affects the African people. Now, on the individuals also, because we must talk about the leaders of the Gen Z movement that popped up. For example, my friend Kebaso Morara, who is also my comrade, he's done exclusive job in trying to expose the President William Samoei's dirty dealings and corruption. But also it's important to know that just because you can expose corruption does not make you a good leader. So in actual sense, his for example, him unveiling the Engege political party, I think was the biggest win. Because now, as he runs the Engege political party, he will be able to gain necessary experiences to partner with other political parties to drive the people's agenda. So the unity within the Gen Z movement must be a product of the struggle. But we must not just accept wrong ideas because we want to be united for the sake of unity. Even those people who are united around Ruto, for a fact, they were united, but for what end? If you look at Comrade Kasmol, he rode to fame through his polished English and suits and talk and singing. But does that mean that he can be a good political leader? Yesterday, I was talking to him and I was telling him he needs to read the history of Tom Mboya. Tom Mboya was a brilliant, polished, speaker. But what happened to him when he got engaged with the CIA, and now even we have reasonable evidence that Tom Mboya himself was murdered by CIA and United States imperialism. So when we were in the streets, it is also important that the United States imperialism, the Russians, and the civil societies like Open Society were with us in the streets. And they were also recruiting. Because the American imperialism does not rest. Even I have been invited to some very backward meetings in what we call the imperialist embassies. And what I always say is that the primary enemy is the United States imperialism. So if we are going to get into alliances with the United States imperialism, the hegemony of the dominance class in the United States, then to what end? How are we going to, because for the National Coordination Committee for People's Assembly, we come to this conclusion that we are fighting for national democratic revolution. Now, what is a national democratic revolution? In our own analysis, the national democratic revolution is to mobilize all democratic forces in our countries to defeat this comprado class. And what we define as a comprado class, it is a rich minority in Kenya that produces nothing, but they are filthy rich. This is the political class. In terms of building our productive forces, even on direct investment, they have such silly policies. One, these people don't want us to build industries. They want us to rely on service economy. So when we want to build, for example, sugar factory, they say, no, come on. Producing our own sugar is expensive. Let's bring cheap sugar from Malaysia. Let's bring cheap sugar from elsewhere. Because they know they will be able to cut deals by bringing sugar and making billions of money without having to protect the Kenyan economy. They are the architects of the death of Kenya, the KPRL, the only East African refinery that was based in Changamwe. This criminal class went and cut deals with the oil marketers to make sure that the policy that was outlined during the Kibaki regime, that the oil marketers must buy 30% of their oil on our national refinery, they went around the back, bought the refinery. Now that refinery is not producing oil. In fact, what is happening is that the Kenyan oil is being taken to China or other countries for processing, while our refinery is being used as only a storage reservoir for Total, Shell, BP to store oil. So they bought it to kill it. So these are the people who are dangerous to the Kenyan economy. They do not want Kenyan economy to develop. They do not want industrialization. They do not want to process our coffee here. They do not want to process our tea here. They want the white multinational companies, particularly Dutch companies, British companies, to have tea farms to exploit labor here. But the tea, they want it to be processed outside the country. These are the enemies that we must continue to defeat in their own
in their own way. So what I would like to put it across, that the struggle within the Gen Z movement is the struggle for good ideas and bad ideas. And we have continued to remind them that, for example, Comrade Kasmoel, who was our spokesperson at the NCCPA, that had to leave last week after he was outrightly parleying with the enemies of the Kenyan people and sharing pleasantries. We cannot accuse Comrade Kasmoel for that, but we say that he has an opportunity to redeem himself. But the people that continues to auction our country cannot be the people that you pal around and you think that you can represent the new Kenyan project. So with all our weaknesses within the broad Gen Z movement, I think the best is to give a clarity that only through a political instrument, it can be a coalition of political parties that come under minimum program to actually eventualize the National Democratic Revolution, or it can be one political party that collapsed all the political formations within the people's camp to run for political power. Now, under the People's Assembly that we have been having discussions around, the People's Assembly is a powerful mobilization tool. But there's other things that we must never run away from. Organization. You cannot take political power without an organization. You can make noise the way you want, but at the very end of the day, you need a sound political organization to take political power. We are not bound by tomorrow. President William Samoei Ruto's government can fall, but the reality that even if President William Samoei Ruto's government fall, it is not obvious that the power will go to the people's camp. The power will go to the most organized. And this is a lesson we learned from history. For example, during the Arab uprising in Egypt, it is the backward Muslim Brotherhood, a reactionary class, that took power in Egypt because they were the most organized people. Now, for us, in our own thinking, even with all our weaknesses, we try to encourage that it is time to widen our organization and sell a project to the Kenyan people with a clear political program, a clear political instrument. It is not necessary that it has to be the Communist Party of Kenya, which I belong to. Communist Party of Kenya, it's also for the, to complete our independence. We do not want to have a communist Kenya now. You cannot even start building socialism or communism without achieving the independence. And we cannot claim sovereignty without economic independence. As long as our economy is tied to the countries of the metropole, and we are only, offering, like I've said before in other forums, that the imperialist countries have reduced us only to provide cheap raw materials, where the processed ones come back to us to buy at an expensive price. They have reduced us into a Mutumba economy. Now our clothes, our cars, our ideas are all Mutumba. They are secondhand from the imperialist countries. There is nobody that is concerned that we are not even producing our own cars. We are not producing our own ideas. We are not producing our own clothes. In fact, when I was growing up, Mutumba was an humiliation. We used to call it the clothes for the dead king in England. But now, how is it possible that now people are celebrating second-hand clothing in our country? Maybe to wrap it all, what I wanted to say is that the Gen Z leaders that have emerged must also appropriate the right ideas and investigate the source of our problems, other than riding on their popularity to just make sure that they can raise money here, money there, or probably present a mirage to the Kenyan people. President William Samoei Ruto copied the bottom-up approach, while he knew very well he did not want to implement a bottom-up approach in the economy. In fact, his economic model is a trickle-down effect, but he was able to bring out sharp message to the Kenyan masses of a bottom-up approach, while we know for a fact that his main intentions was to win political power, to manage the economy of the Kenyan through the board of directors that only represent the interests of a few minority, particularly, for lack of a better word, the comprado capitalist class, or what we call the bourgeoisie, that which produces nothing but wants to control everything. My closing remark is just to remind the Kenyan people that the struggle is a protracted struggle. The only way to rescue the Kenyan national project is to build power from below. So that if Bukangesa takes the presidency and, cheats the Kenyan people, we can rise once in unison to oppose his leadership, reject his dictatorship, and reclaim the power. So the only rescue for the Kenyan masses is to build a popular power from below through their own political initiative. Thank you, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Comrade Puka, for those insightful remarks. I see there are a couple of requests that I'd like to give a chance to speak. If it's okay, I'll give like 4 people who've been on the waiting. Wood Gilando, you'll be first, and then Tom Boyer, and then Bernard, then SK Sakwa. That's 4 in that order. But before you speak, Wood Gilando, there are a couple of things that have been spoken, which I really think I need to contextualize within the meaning of our conversation today. I mean, Kenya's political crossroads, uncertainty power shifts, and the Kenyans' options. I had KOT and someone else saying that we need to have a unity of purpose on what we want to do. And the unity of purpose would then lead us to identifying the major problem, what the major problem is. And I think someone has adequately proposed that, we need to get something to focus on, and they proposed the dissolution of parliament, and they called parliament the snake or the venom. So in terms of what we really need to do is, I think there is a meeting of minds in terms of focusing the struggle to one common deliverable in terms of what we can then deliver. And, so it's upon us to choose what that commonality would look like. Dissolution of parliament has come up once or twice. I think I speak before, and of course I am particularly inclined. I've been a party to that for the longest, but again, it's for the Kenyan people to choose what do they need to focus on, so that at least we can then deliver as one complete whole unit. That's the first one. But the second one, I think, which is a good point and an important point, is the need for us to own the narrative. Right now, I think the reason why there is no unity of purpose, or why there's no focus, is because we are playing on all the cards that the administration is handing us. So there is need for us to own the narrative, whatever we choose in terms of what needs to be our focus. The third thing that is important for me, and when Kumbukeni spoke about John Perkins and the Confessions of an Economic Hitman, for those of us who are students of development and the African development, we really understand what the issues are, and what really aches our nation, the nation state in Africa, and of course. Comrade Buka has buttressed it sufficiently with the need for a Pan-Africanist movement of sorts, to help us deal with neocolonialism. And I agree completely with you. My only worry and dilemma is that the current crop of African leadership does not understand that kind of thing. That is too big. For them, they want to play. They want to play on the surface. To explain to them that we need to disrupt capitalism and imperialism, is to tell them complicated things. These are people who want to release my friend John Waluke from theft. So we must first of all capture state power, and that's why I want to move to the next thing. We must move into capturing state power, so that those of us who appreciate what needs to be done for Africa and for Kenya, for example, can then move to that mental space. Otherwise, to tell this current House of Parliament, which Bukas appropriately said is a boat parliament, and I agree with you completely, to tell them to think Pan-Africanism if they cannot think about Mrima and Luo and the Rift Valley, I think that's too complex for them. So again, you make some couple proposals which I agree with. A coalition of political parties, or collapsing into one big political party that you would then face off these guys in a more structured manner, or however you form it. If people want to come to coalesce, because the organization must be structured, it must be orderly, it must have some form. You cannot go into politics twiddling fingers at the end of the day and hoping that you're going to deal with people who've been here for 60 years in an unorganized manner. We must focus this in a way that we need. And that is why the point that you make, that this is going to be a protracted struggle, which needs sound political party organizing, for us to help take over. So I really think that that's what I wanted to see in terms of just helping focus parts of the conversations that have been going on. But Woody Gilando, let's hear you now, and then the three other speakers that I requested to speak. Thanks.
Neto, I also think I agree with him on the speaker about the accusation leveled against Gachagua also mirrors the same issues that we are witnessing under the KK regime. I think the issue of ethnic balkanization is still very much alive. It's unfortunate that the tribal dynamic continue to dominate our national discourse. I think we find ourselves caught in the same cycle of using tribal card as a means of political manipulation, whichever tribe or whichever side of the aisle we are. And that's what has been dividing us. It's crucial we confront this reality to seek an inclusive government. I think that is also my take on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Comrade Abdi. Thank you so much. Wood Gilando, Tomboya Bernard, and Kef Sakwa. 3 minutes each, please. Just make it sharp and focus. Thanks.
Excuse me, Simiwa, is my time gone?
No, please, you have 3 minutes.
All right. Okay, I'm very glad to join this space. Thank you very much once more, Simiwa. I just want to take a brief note to the public on observation on civic education that we are having. I think it is changing the life and the system of our politics. But then we have to always brainstorm and contemplate on the strategies that we are giving this civic education, because in all corners, the government that is worsening the situation of the livelihood of Kenyans is infiltrating the Gen Zs, the youths, and other people who are very loyal to guide us in the direction that we are supposed to take. The cost of rehabilitating our sovereign powers as a country is becoming messy, since we have spent a lot of time in illusion, making a lot of superstitious strategies on things that are overwhelming, the plans we have to do, the comeback that we have to put in place. But then the actual ground, we do not have the energy and the vigor that we always give when we're having a discussion. I want to urge every youth or any person of goodwill that is listening to take course in the rehabilitation of the country, that still we should not lose hopes. We have very good leaders, very strong and very determined to put us into a better place as a country. But we have to start the course of rehabilitation from our minimal ward levels, constituency level. We should not just look at the national level. The problem came when the government found itself with right? All right, thank you. So I'm trying to put it in a way that we have to go back to our constituencies and see the people that we install to represent us at the national level, those that can make a rational decision, those who are independent, high integrity, honest, and determined to work for the public. We do not want to bring people who are not with the business, with the general public, and do not make rational decisions. You have always found that the 70%, as per my assumption, of the judiciary system has found itself as an affiliate of the government. So it is very difficult for the common wananchi to be given justice. So that is where the messy of corruption and bad leadership came. And it is growing, and we are going to be defeated as we stay in illusion. So let's strategize and take land from the constituency and ward level. That is what is going to take us to a better paradise. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wood Gilando, for your message. And there is still hope. Did we lose Tomboya? If Tomboya is not there, Bernard Mzalendo. Bernard? Can you hear me, Bernard? SK Fomba. Kwamba, can you hear me? Bernard, can you hear me? Abdi, can you hear me?
Yes,
I can hear you.
Okay. Okay, Mange, do you know the mic? Because Mange, can you speak?
Yes, you can hear me?
Yes, Mange, please go ahead.
Yes, I think mine is an observation, and I want to say thank you for this opportunity and this platform. I want to be very brief. Mine is an observation and a question that I have that has really been disturbing me in regards to. I have seen some parts of this country, and I am not being tribal. I am making an observation. Since the broad-based government was formed, we had the unity of purpose. We were all united against finance bill. We were all united on #Ruto must go and the presidency. And we lost it when the former prime minister presented himself as the solution. And you can remember from that, there was a serious uproar. We got actually to serious tribal dissension for people on social media. And I have seen that continue. And in my own opinion, I hold it now that actually, because there are some people who feel like we who voted for this government and are now tired, those ones who never voted for this government but are there inside feel they are superior and feel like it is time for those who voted for this government to be punished. Now my question goes, are we, all of us, are the people in Luo Nyanza ready for change in this country? Are they ready to depart from the tyranny of mtu wetu? I work as an agronomist who moves around, and I have been a person who has moved in several regions so far. And because I'm also a ground mobilizer and I've been doing a lot of civic education on agricultural related bills, since that is my area, I have noted that there is a lot of departure from many people in Eastern, in Central. There is a lot of departure from this government, and it is real. But now I am worried about our brothers in Coast, about our brothers in Western, about our brothers in Luo Nyanza. I would need somebody to tell me whether they are on this boat, because they seem like they are celebrating the agony this country is going. There is a lot of heroism and it seems like they are okay when they were able to get some of those cabinet secretary positions and all that. And I wonder whether before we got to unity of purpose of one agenda that we are pushing, are we united for that cause, or we are fighting a losing battle with a section of people in the country? And when I say that, I am not pessimistic. I am saying that because if it is change, it needs to be from all corners. I am for great change. I am for change. That's why I'm sacrificing my life to do civic education. But are we having people who are doing serious civic education to redeem our brothers in those other areas? Now, Baba today has sanitized Adani. Is it now sanitized in Luo Nyanza and Western? Is the anger, has it increased or decreased? Honestly speaking, I think I would want somebody to help us understand that. And number two, I think if we are all together, then we can push for Ruto must go. We can push for dissolve this parliament. Because on the other hand, assume this parliament is dissolved and we have fresh parliament from the side that feel that we need change. And we have the old people parliamentarians go back from the other side who feel that it is their people cannot leave parliament. So we still are going to have a dissolved parliament, yes, with new parliamentarians, but with maybe half of it of influential who are used to be used as puppets by the executive. So I think we need to have a holistic and a wholesome approach from every angle of this country. Our country is made up of more than 42 tribes. So we should have every tribe represented by majority. That it's only then we can have the change that we want. I think I want to land at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mange. Lady Justice, do you want to give him a response? He has asked a direct question before we can pick on Tomboya and Bernard to speak. Lady Justice, do you want to respond?
Could I answer him, Neto?
No, let's hear Lady Justice first.
Oh, thank you for that question. I believe that majority of the people who are in the movement right now perhaps have not understood the struggle that majority of the community, various community members in Kenya have been participating in for years, long before other communities joined in. And per your question, I could even rebuttal and say, look, in 2013, the struggle was the same when you were saying, look, these two people who have been presented, who have a case at the ICC, are not worthy of leading this country. But as the Luos at the Western region were crying and saying, how can we put people who are, convicted of murder, who have been accused of murder as our leaders? The other parts of the country, you didn't seem to care. And I hope that people actually realize that what is happening right now, you perhaps have a group of people who have fought for this country to the point where they're like, why does it even matter? Even if we don't even go past 2013, when we're
I can't hear.
Uhuru. Oh, sorry. When we're being, when you're,
we can hear you, Lady Justice. We can hear you.
Okay, when we're bringing Uhuru and Ruto into power in 2013, and people were crying from across all other parts of the country, and two communities were celebrating. And even if we don't go past that, let's go back to 2020, just here, 2022 recently, where even Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta is saying, do not make a mistake of making this man your president. But the kind of insults, as a Luo, sometimes I don't want to sit in these spaces because most people do not understand the community that we are and the things that we have had to undergo. It's tremendously depressing, discouraging, heart-wrenching. And I remember in 2022, August, the entire community went down, were literally dead. And insults were being, thrown from every part of the internet. And you have the audacity to come here to ask if we actually want change? We've been calling for this change since the 90s. Nobody ever heard us. Raila is not in with Ruto because he wants to be with Ruto. Open your eyes, people. You want Gachagua to be in power? When you are going to take out Ruto, you are going to be left with Gachagua. Do you think that is a man who can lead? Do you think we are in this because we like Ruto for some? No. Ruto and us have never worked on anything. Please, we are not here trying to say that, we are not interested in change. We are interested in change. But the conversations that continue to happen on these platforms every day, people come here and you think you want to trash the Luos, you want them to be able to join you in the movement. You can't trash them whenever you want. That is very wrong. The Luos are a big part of any change that you want in this country. And not unless you realize that, nothing you're trying to do is going to succeed. I yield my mic.
Thank you very much, Lady Justice. I needed you to go first. Booker, do you want to speak? Then I'll invite Tony Gachoka to speak because he has
Yes,
been.
I want to speak. Yes, thank you, comrade. And first of all, just for the record, I'm a Luo. Yeah, so it's important for the record. The first thing is what is called the fall consciousness, where a bigger part of the community has been convinced that one of them is fighting for them, while in actual sense, one of them is only fighting for their own stomach and interests. For example, I don't think Gachagua represents the best of the Kikuyu community. There are many able men in the Kikuyu community that has this country as heart. And I also don't think that President William Samoei Ruto represents the entire interests of the Kalenjin community. In fact, I think he's the worst of the Kalenjin community that has actually seized power. And we can give more examples in that end. But the question is that the sociocentric politics to balkanize a group of people that have paid a price for the Kenyan struggle is historically incorrect. And I could give a few examples. When we talk about alienation from the national economic project in Kenya, and then we say that the Luos have suffered because they have been alienated from the national economic process in this country, is not entirely correct. In fact, the problem of squatter problem and landlessness, look at Mpekitoni, look at Voi, look at Kisumu. Who are the squatters there? Are they not the Kikuyu people squatting around the land that was stolen with Jomo Kenyatta and their cronies? So the project of the Luo Nation, even though since independence, there are a few, in fact, Raila Amolo Odinga does not represent the interest of the Luo community. He only represents his own interest and the interest of those people around him and the rich billionaire class in the Luo Nation. He has never cared about the Luo Nation. Even when he led them into tribal wars, every electoral circle, he still sucked their blood by cutting deals and not demanding for the compensation of the young, poor Luo community that continue to suffer under his deals. Now, we are being told that he's in government by conditions because Gachagua, the deputy, was going to take on the reins of power. The Gen Z revolution, the Gen Z uprising was very clear. We do not want President William Samoei Ruto, his deputy Gachagua, and the entire Kenya Kwanza government to go down. The reason why the Kenya Kwanza government has not gone down is because Raila gave them a living, a lifeline to survive an extra day. And that lifeline was not given to Kenya Kwanza government because they wanted to serve the Luo Nation. No. Raila wanted the AU position. He wanted positions of privileges. He's one of the billionaires in these countries. He's an imperialist stooge just like Ruto. So the whole thing is that if racism is a crime against humanity, tribalism is a crime against humanity that we all must fight and defeat. So just to crown it all, the people even look at Nairobi. If you go to Mathare, you go to Kibera, and the extremely poor neighborhoods, you find Kikuyus, you find Luos. These, you find even Turkanas. There is no people who have been alienated from this Kenya National Project that the people who live in abject poverty in Nairobi here. They have no access to land. They have no access to clean drinking water. No, they have no access to bury their people in dignity. They have no access to medicine. So all this tribal connotation around mobilization and trying to say that one community has paid a bigger price in the Kenyan historical struggle, we know that Jaramogi Oginga Odinga was a nice man. He didn't tolerate tribalism. He actually sacrifice his own personal interest to make sure that we had a stable Kenya post-independence. What Raila Amolo Odinga is doing is basically running Jaramogi Oginga Odinga's legacy on mud. He's on mud. He's not doing what the Kenyan people will like him to do. So let's not sugarcoat anything. Tribalism must be fought through hook and be defeated, so that we have a mobilization based on the oppressed people, on the working class and the peasants, on the poor majority across all tribes, to defeat these criminal gangs, both in opposition and in government that pretend. Sorry, comrade, for my strong language.
Thank you very much, Comrade Buka. I wanted the two of you to have the discussion and respond to Mwangi. Comrade Tony Gachoka, Karibu Space. I hope you're having a good Sunday. Please, let's hear you. Karibu.
How are you?
Fine,
I
sir.
want to greet all and everyone. This and all of you, including Hillary, Kijana alianza zamani. Look, guys, what I have to say is true. It's very hard to understand because I love Raila the way you do. So it's very hard to understand. So I can't stand by saying Raila is wrong, and I can't stand by saying we condemn him. My name is Tony Gachoka. I met Raila in 1994. And I think 92, roughly. And we look, me and Raila, through that journey, the way you look at it now. I was 30 years younger. Raila is 84 years old and he's making mistakes. I just want to say that for me, Raila is not just a politician, he's a father, a grandfather, and a really important Kenyan. And why everyone is not happy is because nobody wants to fight Raila, even me. Even me. He is just a guy who, had a very hard life. And Raila, why are you doing this? Go back to what happened and why Raila is doing this now. I think that Raila was obsessed with the Kikuyu validation. And he had to be elected in Azimio because Uhuru said so. Now, there's so many things I can tell you before that and after that have changed Raila. So guys, forgive him. But my problem with Raila is not about why or not he was right on the validation. Is that Ruto is not the right man for Kenya. And I can go back to simpler issues. One, Jaramogi was a nationalist. Jaramogi Oginga Odinga was a nationalist. He said, and everybody believed him, Bila Kenyatta, hakuna Uhuru. The test about Raila is not about his opportunity, it's about his character. Can Raila Odinga stand up and say to Ruto and everybody else, no? Not because he's a Luo, but because he's a Kenyan. So I want to end by saying tonight, only one thing I would say to everyone listening. Raila Odinga is a hero who is about to fall on his sword. Don't make the mistake, Raila, but he is.
Thank you very much, Comrade Tony Gachoka. And so we did give a chance to Booker and Lady Justice to respond to Mwangi's question. So now I'd like to give it to the next set of speakers. Bernard, can you hear me? If you can hear me, please go ahead. Then after Bernard, then Wango Makeri, and then Tom Boyer. Please, Bernard?
Yeah. Also, I want to
Also,
recognize
Nelson
also, who is there, if he wants the mic out.
I just wanted to say
Thanks.
something.
Go ahead, Dr.
Bernard?
Milton.
Okay, Dr. Milton.
Okay, so I think that there is a critical question that was asked by Mwangi and Lady Justice with Comrade Booker gave a response. And I want to say this. I think in this age and time, we need to be careful to avoid situations where we mischaracterize the needs of the country and the temptation to slide back to balkanizing this country along tribal lines and weeping certain emotions that by their very nature and because of the painful history that such sentiments bring out are likely to make us lose sight of what the fight is all about. And this is the question of talking about Luos being in or out because of the pronouncements that have been made by a leader in the caliber of Raila Odinga. I think let us not be careful because this is a narrative that wants to be brought out in a way that again divides the movement and so that the people can lose focus of what we are talking about. We are talking about corruption, we are talking about nepotism, we are talking about bad governance, as it were, as concepts that disenfranchise the people who have the power and who have the inherent right to get services from a government that is in office. So I want to say this. Just like earlier on, I alluded to the fact that we have seen the emerging leadership within the Gen Z or individuals that have shown signs of leadership being castigated whenever they make mistakes. I believe, and for the record, I want to say that I am a big admirer and supporter of Raila Odinga. And even today, I am extremely disappointed. And I have expressed it in the past when I have said that I love Raila Odinga. I support Raila Odinga. And I am the first person to call out any situation where he makes a mistake. All of us can make mistakes. But those mistakes do not mean that we have lost the character of who we are. What we need is to be able to speak with one another, to hold conversation. And therefore, I do believe that even in the person of the great Raila Odinga, that he can make mistakes. But it doesn't mean that he has abandoned. It doesn't mean that those of us that we started the fight, remember I said, we must be very careful because we are dealing with a character, an individual who will do anything to stay in power. And that is William Ruto. Now, does Raila Odinga represent the same sentiments that he had a few years ago? Yes, I believe he does. Is he strategic in any way in whatever he is doing? I hope so. But I want us to be persuaded not to say that now the Luos are not with the rest of the Kenyan people or the Kisis because Simba Arati is the deputy party leader or any other community for that matter simply because of sentiments that have been expressed by Raila Amolo Odinga. I do believe and I want us to take that as a precaution that we need not lose sight of the antelope because the enemy has thrown a hare along the way. We must make sure that every soldier that is on our corner remains in our corner. And when they become errant for one reason or the other, explicable or otherwise, we are able to bring them back to order. That is what we must never forget at all times, comrades. And our unity is what will make us succeed. It is our togetherness. It is our razor sharp focus that will make us achieve the outcomes that we want. The winner ultimately is the freedom for the Kenyan people from the oppression of William Ruto and his cartels. Let us find ways of dealing with each other, speaking with each other with a lot of respect and with the appreciation that sometimes we might be turning our guns on or against ourselves, and in the process, the oppressor continues to do the bad things that they are doing. Adani deal, all that is about Adani, there is nothing good to write home about, and that must remain the consistent message. Do we need to get out to the streets to send William Ruto and his cabal away? Yes, we do. Do we need to spare an extra day for William Ruto to be in office just because we fear Gachagua? Absolutely not. We must maintain that everybody, this kakistocracy has to go, and they must go as late as yesterday. And if they are to go, we must remain united. We must focus. We must focus. We must mobilize politically, socially, spiritually, financially, because if we don't and we start fighting each other against each other, Morara against Caswell, Tony Gachoka against Baba, Milton Yakundi against another person, Hillary, we are not going to succeed. We must whip ourselves together, and I will play that role as much as I can. We have one enemy, comrade.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Milton, for refocusing the conversation. I mean, for a split second, I was worried that it was going to digress into name calling and stuff like that. But I think Mwangi did ask a legitimate question, which we needed to give a legitimate response. And I think that has already been sufficiently canvassed. So let's move on to the topic for the day, which is Kenya's political crossroads, uncertainty, power shifts, and Kenya's option. Tomboya, I've given you the mic a couple of times. I hope you can take the mic now. Tomboya, Bernard, and G. And what's G-Desk, whatever G-Desk is. If that's if I hope I pronounce it correctly. Tomboya, you have the mic.
Well, thank you. I hope I'm audible. You can confirm.
Yes, you are. Please go ahead.
Well, I'll really have little to say. A lot has been said, and mostly it's difficult to share unique sentiments when very many informed people have spoken. But to be precise, I just want to reiterate that we only have one option, which is to make sure that we win by the only tool we have. It is always said that power to the people. The people's power for the first time made a sitting president to say in public that, you know what, I concede. This is only going to be possible when we get back to the streets. That's what I believe. And therefore, every other thing that we do should be aimed at making Kenyans more angrier, especially the people who live in Nairobi. If we focus on that, then we are going to get Ruto home. If we are going to rely on judicial processes, constitutional systems to make sure we send Ruto home, come 2027, I believe it is not a surety. we must just make sure that we get back to the streets. That is only what I had to say. And for a fact, in my personal spaces, I keep making Kenyans aware of what is happening. And I keep telling them that we are getting Ruto out of office soon before 2027. Therefore, as calls has been made, I also encourage Kenyans. I know most of us listening are not in Nairobi. So whatever I'm saying may not make sense to some of us, but when action time comes, those who are in Nairobi may be able to get out and act. On 20th October, there are also calls that we get back to the streets, we head to CBD. I believe it will be possible, and that is the message I'm sending. We are getting back to the streets as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Comrade Tomboya, for that specific ask. Bernard? Bernard, can you hear us? Okay, if Bernard can't hear us, G-Desk and then Humble Pie. It's a Humble African. G-Desk then Humble African.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to, give my inputs on all the discussions in this. Most especially, I want to thank the host and everyone else who's been speaking here. I do not have much to say, but just a couple of things. One, I believe that we are only a small group of us. I think when I look at the people who are in here and the listenership is about 300 people, I choose to refuse that the solution of Kenya is held by the people who are here and the people who are listening. We are a population of about 50 million people. I therefore also want to say the people we've seen in the headlines talk about Kasmuel, talk about Morara. I equally choose to believe the solutions of Kenya is not with those people. Kenya's solution with so many people who are not anywhere in the limelight. As we make these discussions, we need to ask ourselves, are we offering solutions to the existing problems? Because we need strategies, and the strategies might not even come from us. Number two, when we look at the leadership as it is right now that has failed this country, we need to ask ourselves who we make things right. Is it the few of us who are listening? Where are they coming from? What is the definition of a leader we want in terms of age? And I talk about in terms of age because I believe we need mature leadership. And whether you believe it or not, or whether you want to agree with me or not, maturity comes with age. I choose to tell you that I want you to note this, and we can discuss about it, not now, maybe later. The next Kenyan president is gonna lie anywhere between 40 to 65 years. Whether you like it or not, we are not a few people, but we can talk much. But the question is, are we doing the right thing? Are we addressing the things that we want? Are we embracing the people we should be embracing? Are we consulting the experienced people that we should be consulting? Because there are people who've been in this game for long. People who played games very well. The people who have lost along the way. I want to give you an example of one Kenneth Matiba. Kenneth Matiba put in a big fight. He paid a pricey price, including his own health. If going by the second liberation, what was happening then, the voice of Kenneth Matiba and the others who are aligned along with him. If we were to choose the president after Moi, we would have said Kenneth Matiba would be the president. Kenneth Matiba never became the president. In fact, the person who became the president after Moi was one Mwai Kibaki, a person who in his own words said that imagining to remove KANU from power was equivalent to cutting a mugumo tree with a razor. So what am I talking about? I am asking ourselves to be focused. I'm asking ourselves to engage and consult with the people who can add relevance to this movement. I'm saying so because I don't want to mention people who I believe, to suggest people who I believe could steer this revolution. But I continue to say there is the stone that was rejected by the builder became the cornerstone. I don't want to suggest people to spearhead this movement. I just want to say we need to listen, we need to embrace. So many there are people. I also want to say when people come on board, let's listen to them. I've been in a discussion where Mother Karua, for example, was insulted, highly insulted. And I asked myself, is this the movement we want to be in? Now, I've also seen other suggestions I've been told. There is a bill in parliament that I think says there will be an extension of the life of parliament, of the presidency. Where is the relevance in this? I've heard people say Ruto should dissolve the parliament. But I ask myself, does the constitution envisage does the constitution give the president the power to dissolve the parliament? Which constitution are we interpreting? Are we interpreting the whole constitution or are we interpreting the current constitution? Because I believe when we give ourselves the 2010 constitution, we sought to give the autonomy of parliament. I mean, to make it independent from the executive and so on. So these are so many other questions that I can ask, but what I want to say is let us focus. Let us not say the laws have been balkanized by who. Let's focus on Ruto must go. Let's make use of what opportunities and leverage on them that are there. For example, the ouster of Gachagua. It is one thing that we all need to celebrate. Why? Because it weakens Ruto's regime. It makes it untenable for him to sustain the leadership, the governance of this country. Whether Gachagua lives today or his stay is sustained by the Senate next week or the courts thereafter. The truth remains, the two cannot boil from the same pot. It is a weak government. It has been weakened from within, and we need to take advantage of these opportunities. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you very much. Rhoda, you're going to speak next, but before I give you the chance to speak, because then the rest have spoken before, there are a couple of things that I need to help GDSK understand. The number one, yes, whereas the current constitution does not anticipate that the president can dissolve parliament, there's however a constitutional provision under Article 261 that says if parliament fails to enact certain legislation within the anticipated time, in this case, the 2/3 gender rule, Parliament already, there's a decree for the dissolution of Parliament that was already given by the Chief Justice Emeritus, Chief Justice Maraga. Under that particular decree is still alive. So yes, it's possible for the president to dissolve Parliament. So I just wanted to keep that there. It's not that we're asking the president of his own motion, suo motu, to dissolve Parliament. No, we're telling him there is already a decree that was as a result of Parliament failing to do its job on the 2/3 legislation, and therefore it should be dissolving Parliament. That's the first thing I wanted to say. The second thing which you said, I mean, I'm just taking it to respond to you because some of the things that you said were really moot points that I really think need to be cleared. The second thing that you said, which I really think that let's own up. I am in my 40s, so I really like the fact that you say that the next person who's going to be president of Kenya is between 40 and 65 years. I don't think we should care much about what would be the age frame of who becomes the next president of Kenya. Kenya right now has a huge youth bulge. You know, the number of young Kenyans below 35 years are huge. There are many. I mean, they're 3/4 of the country. So I really think that in terms of letting leadership accord, whatever leadership is going to accord, let it fall there. But to say that leadership comes with maturity, a country like Sweden, the median age of the ministers is 31. So if you have a country whose median age of ministers is 31, Kenya, you're still putting us with people who are 80 years old, 90 years old. I really think that, yes, let the chips fall where they may in terms of who becomes the leadership of Kenya, but a leadership, so long as you're 18 and above and you can be voted and you can vote, if you want to become president of Kenya, I really think we should give people a chance. And it should not be the fact that some people have been here for too long. It might be that Morara, Casmuel, Mercy, or wherever they are in the limelight right now, maybe someone is going to emerge, not in the ones in this space. I agree absolutely. But let's not really think that the fact that someone has been here for 50 years. In fact, I also think you can't teach an old dog new tricks. But anyhow, I gave a chance to is disappeared. Okay. So the fellow that requested for the mic has since disappeared. We got 20 minutes to speak. So I'd like to go backwards, starting with Sankara. You have your 2 minutes to just say anything else you want to do in case you want to. Sankara, you have your 2 minutes now. We're walking backwards. And then after that, Kenyan lady, and then Lady Justice, then KOT. I'll walk backwards. 2 minutes. Yeah. Sankara.
Thank you. Thank you, Mutumisi. And I believe and hope that you are getting me right.
Yes, I can. Thanks. Yeah.
I just want to pick it very fast. That as we are talking inside here, in this space, do we believe that we have what it takes for us to remove this government in power? Because in some of us, the way we are putting up our talk, it's like we at some point we are sanitizing this government. At some point, so we don't really know and understand what we want. But I want to commit our leaders with the political parties. That is a structure already which is there. Can we build on that? Can we build on that structure? Then we see what is the end game of what we want. And our end game is to do away with this government. 2027, we will not have a country. If we are waiting for that. Then we move to the point of having timelines. NATO, Italy, and other co-hosts. Kindly, can we have that, even if it's on the background? Kinapoka nimewaona hapa. Let's have a team which can draft something which, when next we are meeting, we are having a timeline that by this time, this is what we are supposed to do, guys. And is it possible that all of us, we can mobilize 30 million? Me, I've been talking about 30 million Kenyans. Tukiingia kwa streets this water. Do you want to tell me this narcissist can wait for us in State House? No, he can't. And he saw that symbol. This parliamentarian, they can't wait for us. So let's not continue talking without having those timelines. Yeah, like the last when we marched to Parliament and did what was supposed to be done, because there were those timelines, and they were worked upon. So I'm calling for that when we are meeting next, let's have something yenye mumeka chini, mumeka pamoja. Some of us were in the village, but when we were called in Nairobi, we traveled. I traveled from Nyamira County and I was in Nairobi. When we went to the airport, when we went to Nane to the streets, because we want to change this country and change it to the better. And kindly allow me to say this. I'm really certain that there are guys here, when we talk, some individuals, you become agitated. Why? Raila is a public figure. When we talk about Raila, why are you becoming agitated? When we talk about Karonzo, when we talk about NATO is a public figure. If I come here and start asking questions, why are you getting agitated, honestly? And then we want to bring some funny stories when we were having a very clear and focused talk. Kindly next time, if you don't have anything to say, don't bring it here. Let's be very clear on this. Mambo ya kwanza kutuambia, yeah, It's not good.
Thank you, Sankara.
Honestly, Neto, I'm really, that is one of the lowest point in nimesikia in this talk since tuanze the several hours to make up. And there's some ukiangalia is a click of some speakers. Either wametumwa hapa waanze kutupatia some diversionary acts hapa. We cannot allow that. Let's give our leaders Irali your opinion consistent. Tunajua where you stand. Neto tunajua Kioti. I mean, let's focus on that and let's achieve what is expected of us. But my question is, as I learned, do we believe that we have what it takes for us to remove this government from power? And when? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sankara. Thank you very much, Sankara. Amazing. That's absolutely a good question there. Boni Karanja, your 2 minutes. Boni Karanja. Okay. VK, you have your 2 minutes.
Hi guys. Thank you for giving me this chance to speak on space. Personally, I've been drained, consumed. I decided to take a break kidogo out of all whatever that is going on in the country. For me, I don't have much to say, but the only way to get this person out of that seat ni kwenda town, sit or sleep on the streets. I don't know, sijui siku ngapi. And civic disobedience, hakuna kwenda kazi, hakuna kulipa tax, hakuna kufanya nini. That's the only way. Courts are not working, nothing is working for us. Ameshanunua parliament, ameshanunua judiciary. Unaona ndo hizo ndoa zao na Adani na akina ODM. Like, the only way is just going to the streets. The minute we'll hit the streets as 1 million people, 2 million people, hawezi wa watu wote. Yes, they will kill. But if it takes that for us to get liberation from these demons and the big demon himself, who is Ruto, I'm telling you, hakuna mahali tutasonga. Hata to hold space mara mia, to hold space sijui mara ngapi. And one thing people ought to know is that Ruto huwa asamehei. And he's a liar consistently, as we always say. He lies all the time and he will always lie. So even if we keep on discussing nini, ni watu waseme streets. Watu wenye wako diaspora, ni blanketi watu wanataka kupewa, ni maji watu wanataka kupewa. Whatever it takes for people to remain in town, but in large numbers. Si numbers kidogo. This guy is very smart. Alijua mbona aliua watu. Either way, Githurai, Zimmerman, Kitengela, watu bado wanapotea, wanakuwa abducted. Hizo zote ni political strategy. He knows what he's doing. And this guy is very sharp. So the only way is people showing up. Ni watu watoke. Maushago kila mahali na kila mahali. Watu washuke Nairobi. 1 million plus. That's the only way this person will go. Kama ni kuingia hiyo town watu wachome parliament, kwenda hivyo kaa kuna chomo kila mahali until that guy steps down. But kuongea kila siku, I don't think we are moving in any direction. That's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you, VK. Valid comments there. Thank you very much. We will make progress as a country. Kenyan lady in Germany, or Kenyan lady, your last 2 minutes.
Hi, good morning once again, good afternoon, good evening. Are still battling the salt throat, but I'm very happy to listen to Kenyan voices. I know I have 2 minutes and I'm going to try to stick to that. First of all, I'd like to say that I don't care what tribe you come from. I don't want to know your tribes. We were divided by the 1884 to 1885 Berlin Conference, and here we are, after we've decided to cross tribal lines and start a new movement where tribes don't count. We are starting to talk about tribes. I don't know why I had to find out that some people are Luo, Kikuyu, Kalenjin. I really don't care, because that is exactly the thing that Ruto and his regime want to see: division. We were divided. If you go to Zimbabwe, they call Ugali Ugali. You go to South Africa, they will say the same thing. Their tribes would call it Ugali. So why are we talking about tribes? We started off like the speaker prior to me, or one speaker before me, Said Sankara. Thank you very much for mentioning that, because I'm really agitated, especially if you've spent over 2 decades in a country. outside Kenya, you really don't care whether someone is Luya, Luo, Kikuyu, Kalenjin. We don't care. So please don't mention tribes again. Now I'm just going to go to my points in order to finish very quickly. I was talking about prior to this 600,000 students who were supposed to register for university did not register because of this help loan that is not accorded to them. So I want to see representatives from each of these 600,000 families on this great day, on the 20th of October. I'd like to see them on the streets. We need 600,000 people. We need those 10,000 people who need dialysis on the streets, 10,000 daily, 10,000 daily. It's not 10,000 per week. So we need 10,000 people on the streets. So we need about approximately together 610,000 people. If you talk about Nairobi, it has a population of over 4 million. But if you go to Berlin, the streets, and I live right at the center of it, the streets are empty. The population is the same. They're totally empty because people are working. They have jobs. You don't see them at all during the day. You don't see them. So we need a population of about 100,000. We don't need 1 million even. Because the Maandamano that just occurred, there were less than 500,000 people who took part in those Maandamanos countrywide. But still, it caused a great effect. So please, let us start focusing on matters that count and not stop talking about the tribes. Who cares? Who cares if you Luo? And Raila Odinga, how has he made his money? Jaramogi Oginga Odinga taught him. The only thing he bequeathed upon him, honestly, is the handshake. Because Jaramogi Oginga Odinga earned his money through the handshake with Kenyatta. And now his son is doing the same thing with each and every regime. So please stop talking about Raila Odinga, because people have lost their lives because of him. So please, let us start on a new, let us look forward and let us start this movement once again, because if there's anything this space achieved, it's the unity. Thank you very much, Hillary, for according me the chance to speak. And let us continue. Thank you very much, KOT. I'm following you now back. And I appreciate all of you. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Abdi. Yes, Abdi.
I think we need to take a critical look at how we channel our energy and frustrations into a more productive outcome. I think while rage and strict actions have place in the drawing attention to the cause, I think we must also recognize that sustainable change requires more of a strategic planning beyond the street. And as you said, I think we need to think about creating a space where we can address all this and incorporate all means of organizing, including, you see a lot of legal challenges, community mobilization, forming coalitions that, we can also form coalitions that can influence policy and leadership council. These are most important thing, and I think we need to go to have solution towards this direction. I think the key is not about just expressing rage, but directing that passion into building a structure that can change the system from within and without. Now, I think we can focus to leverage every tool at our disposal, be it legal, economic, social, to advance the movement and make a lasting change. Thank you. And Bonnie also was waiting to speak. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let's just wrap it up. I'll give it Bonnie as one of the last speakers, but let's get a leader way. What's the leader ways? Your 2 minutes, and then Dr. Milton, then Buka, as we move towards up there. A leader?
Is it my turn or?
Yeah. Was that Bonnie later on? Just give us a few. I guess give me 2 more minutes. I wrap up with a leader. A leader ways. A leader, can you hear us? Okay, maybe I can't. Dr. Milton.
All right. This has been quite a handful, and I must say that probably this will go down as one of the most productive spaces that we've had. But I'm going to make my closing remarks in the following manner, and I will address myself to about 4 issues very quickly, because I think what we need, from where I sit, we've done enough talking. People are angry enough. What we need now are solid action points. How do we grab the low hanging fruits and make the chips fall? That is really the main thing that we must deal with. And on the sideshow part of it, Honorable Raila Odinga is a Kenyan, and to use it however he deems fit. But those of us who love him, who respect him as an elder, as a father figure, and as somebody who has struggled fighting for this country, we will always remind him whenever he sidetracks or his vision becomes blurred. That is indeed the essence of being a good friend or being a leader, that you have to tell the king when he's naked. And on this issue of the Adanis, uh, his remarks don't sit well with the revolutionaries, and we will be able to, call it out when we have the opportunity to do so. One, unity of purpose is a priority. And I think we must be able to make pressure point the melting pot around which this unity of purpose will be achieved, where we have seen people who are committed to the cause, where there is a difference of opinion and people are speaking against each other. We need to lead the way in bringing all these people together, because I believe they comprise a critical resource that we need as a people to be able to achieve the goals that we have set for ourselves. So I want to be very specific about reaching out to the young people, our kid brothers, our kid sisters in the revolution that have been made to get defensive and to try to run a race of their own. We need to reach out to them. Morara Kebaso, Casmuel, Masi, Hanifa, and many others. I think we need to bring everybody together, because we cannot succeed if we are divided. Number two, action point. This week, economic sabotage is a critical strategy that we must deploy as people in the movement for us to succeed. What does that entail? One, civil disobedience. We need to, people, like I said, our children have no business going to school, attending a CBC, being in university when a funding model has been introduced that makes it impossible for them to do anything. Number one. Number two, when there is no guarantee of placement in terms of employment and opportunities for them to exercise or apply the skills they acquire. We need to have the country at a standstill, starve the economy of every little coin that we can, so that William, every time you pay hospital bills, every time, and I'm not saying that we let our people die, but I am saying that we exercise our discretion in such a way that it will starve William Ruto. Those of you who understand the concept of minimum necessary, let us be able to do that. Minimum necessary injection of money or liquidity into the economy. And by that, I'm talking about people at home. If children don't need to go to school, don't pay school fees. Because when you pay school fees, you become an enabler of
Did you lose Dr. Milton?
Yeah, I think we lose him. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, Keegan, let's hear you. Keegan, 2 minutes.
Yes. 1 second. Okay, team, are we live? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, Hillary, and your co-host Neto. It's a pleasure being here, and also the second co-host. It's a pleasure being here. And I think I am late to the party, so I would not want to say much. But what I would want to comment on is based on the topic that has been put there, okay, the headline, and then, of course, what I have heard. So as for uncertainty, let me let you know that there is no power shift, neither is there uncertainty. That, take it to the bank. Number two, for those issues that we seem to be facing right now, let me assure you that they will be fixed. Number three, I have heard about Raila. Let me tell you something. Raila was once quoted by
Okay. Did you also lose Kigan?
Ameangushwa.
No, Neto.
Yeah.
Neto.
Yeah.
This Kioti speaking. Kindly, let us not give these government sympathizers a space to come and,
That's okay.
and brainwash us.
That's fine.
Kigan has been kindly.
That's fine. That's fine. That's okay. Elida ways. Elida, going once, going twice. Okay, Comrade Buka.
Maybe for me, I just want to conclude that I have enjoyed my discussion in this place. We continue to seek principal unity, and maybe we also give a chance to those people who have made mistakes to accept that they have made mistakes genuinely, and to carry on the struggle knowing that it's a protracted struggle. It is not a struggle that will end next week or the following week. But we should not also shy away from having a battle of ideas in our own spaces, especially to try and sharpen ourselves. So I really appreciate Comrade Neto and Hillary, and I wish you good health, and I hope that we will meet in the streets to defend our homeland. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Comrade Buka. Homeland or death. We must defend homeland. I agree with you, Lady Justice.
Unity is power. I'll still reiterate on that, because at the end of the day, as we talking about, the Gen Z movement leaders who are not active currently, you're looking at Anifa, you're looking at there was Osama, there was, we have made it a thing that we fight people in the movement, and then even after we've fought them and we see that them not being part of us is actually hurting the movement, we still go ahead and keep on poking other people. Like when you put a collective, a group of people in one pot, and you say, oh, are these people like this, these people like this, we start pointing fingers, everybody's going to come back and defend themselves whichever way they want to. But if we want to continue this movement, people have to actually learn emotional intelligence and, social intelligence, how to interact with people, and just know that you cannot just come into a forum where people are and you're just going to be throwing words and that people are not going to feel a certain way. That is given. People are going to feel a certain way, and once they feel a certain way, perhaps you've lost them with their followers, and then now the movement is not moving anymore. So let's be cognizant of that. Let's understand that this is not a one man's game. You're not going to do it alone and be able to reach the goals. You need everybody with their diverse opinions, with their diverse feelings about certain leaders in the country, because that's just about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lady Justice. I think emotional and social intelligence is key, and let's be tolerant moving forward in terms of helping the movement grow. Thank you very much. Dr. Bonnie? Yes, Abdi.
Yeah,
okay.
Abdi? Dr. Milton wanted to finish.
Yes, we'll give him a chance. Bonnie?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Awesome. So look, I wanna close off by sort of hammering the same point that I made earlier, which is that our country has a lot of serious issues and we need serious leaders. We need serious people to confront these issues and help the country. Hammering. Can you hear me?
Yes, but you have an echo, so maybe you have two machines around you.
Okay, let me try it out. So our country has some serious issues and we need to be able to come together and attack these problems. You know, we are, in my view, standing on the precipice of total collapse as a country. Our economy is in the shambles. You look at our national psyche, right? There's absolutely no hope anywhere. So with that kind of a situation, you know, you look at the people that historically you would look up to save us, right? Parliament, national leaders such as Raila Odinga and Kalonzo Musyoka, people like that, they are nowhere to be seen. They are nowhere to be seen because they are not interested in solving these problems. You know, we can spend the whole day here talking about what Raila is doing and why he's doing it. The reality is he's just not interested. These people are in their 60s, 70s, and 80s, right? When you look at the issues that we have right now, they did not, this is not like cancer that we got, right? It's not like we can't explain how we got to this point. The situation that we have on our hands is the result of people doing certain things or not doing certain things. I say all of that to tell you that do not look to anybody else to come and save you. The people that are going to solve these problems are you and I. I'm talking about the average Kenyan. These are the people that are going to solve this problem. Do not look to parliament. Do not look to Raila Odinga. Do not look to your traditional politicians. They are not going to come and save you, right? You hear me talking about the issues that we have in our economy, right? Have you heard the president talking about that? Have you heard your parliamentarians talking about that? Have you heard your MCA talking about it? Nobody's talking about that, right? Our country has an employment of 6-7% in the most important age group, which is 18 to 34. Nobody talks about that. Kenyans are taxed to death. Nobody talks about that. The issues that we are facing are serious, and they're not going to be faced by the people that are in their 60s, 70s, and 80s. It's going to be you and I. You and I. As soon as we realize that and we work together, we'll be ahead. Do not look to your politicians to solve that problem. Look to yourself, look at myself. I see Nelson Amenya is on this call. You guys have seen a lot of his work. A guy is sitting in France and he's doing a lot more in terms of notifying Kenyans of a catastrophe that's in the making. He's doing a lot more than 100 senators in our country. How is that possible? You see the work that I do to try and bring accountability to our counties, right? Parliament is aware of all those issues and won't do a damn thing about it. You have the EACC, all the information I use in the public domain, they're not interested. They are not interested, and you guys need to realize that. So do not look to your government, do not look to your MPs, do not look to all these sort of national leaders. They don't care about your situation. It's gonna be you and I who's gonna fix these problems, and you need to realize that. So look in yourself and ask yourself, how can you help your country? Your country is in need of heroes. How can you help? I'm doing what I can in terms of providing civic education. I ask all of you to look at yourself and ask yourself, how can you help? I have formed a group of very smart Kenyans. We are spending a lot of time looking at the issues that we have in the country in terms of unemployment, in terms of a breakdown of trust in government, in terms of corruption, in terms of incompetence, in terms of reviving our economy. All these sectors of economy and all these areas require expertise. If you believe that you can do something to help your country in a time of need, please get in contact with me I'm gonna drop my email here, and I'll be happy to work with you and bring you on board so that we can spend time to think about how we can solve our country's core problems. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bonnie, for all the good work that you do. And thank you for iterating the fact that Kenya is facing serious issues and it needs serious leaders to deal with it. It's true, the psyche and the Kenyan people have no hope. It's a country that is feeling hopeless, but the problems of Kenya can only be solved by us. Dr. Milton, please go ahead and summarize your 2 minutes.
Okay, so thank you. I was just saying that we need, in terms of moving forward, what we need to do is economic sabotage strategies. Like I said, let us do the minimum necessary spending. That is in terms of food, in terms of making sure that our people are taken care of in case they fall sick. For the people in diaspora, if you look at the CBK numbers, Central Bank of Kenya, you realize that you're sending home up to 30 billion shillings a month. If we are able to reduce that and the taxes that come with it, you're sending money for your kin to pay rent, to eat, and to do everything. If we can minimize that, we will get this country, the government, on its knees. Uh, we need to support initiatives in terms of people getting out to the street. We are talking about occupying the different institutions, starting with Parliament. For us to be able to do that, can we get all and sundry supporting these initiatives? Get out. If you're not there, you own a business that can give water, can give handkerchiefs, can do printing of materials for the people that are coming out to the street. Let's be able to do that so that we support the people who are coming out, and so that we are all together. The other thing that we need to do is, I think we must be able to mobilize politically and financially. And financially here, I mean by way of resources. It doesn't have to be cash, but in the many different ways. We need to mobilize for 20th, like we said. I still believe that the story of Jericho in the Bible, how that city fell, William Ruto and his cartels and everybody that is in his corner can fall if we deploy that strategy where there is total shutdown, no going to work, no children in school, no paying taxes, no matatus on the road until everything comes to a halt and the people can occupy Parliament and State House, and William Ruto will be gone. Now, lastly, I want to say this. When we led the strike, the famous Kenya Broadcasting Corporation strike in 2012, we were the ringleaders with my brother Lempa, who's now a lawyer. One of the things we did was, and I want to remind all of us that for us to succeed in this revolution, we must adopt the mindset of a terrorist. That whatever we do, the impact has to be maximum. Maximum in terms of dealing with the oppressor by way of maximum injury, or if they survive, then they will be in cabbage state, and therefore it becomes easy for us to execute whatever we want. I am not calling for people to lynch others because we don't like them. What I am calling for is that we deploy strategies that are solid enough that when we unleash one of them, this oppressive regime will be on its knees and it will be gone. That is what I mean by adopting the mindset of a terrorist. So that whatever missiles we throw out there and we can continue engaging on this, it will be having maximum impact. The last point is that we need to identify forms of media and media houses that will be able to carry our narrative. Because we know that the oppressor, when they get cornered, they are going to shut down the media houses, they are going to blackmail them into self-censorship because they will not pay them for advertising. We need to think about strategic media alternatives in terms of which outlets are we going to work with so that we ensure that whatever we are doing gets out to the world for everybody to behold and to see, for us to succeed. There's a lot more that we need to engage moving forward, and I want to drop mic by saying, let us consider having these spaces on a daily basis. I know KOT, you're doing a good job. If we can bring all of them together and have them on a daily basis where we take stock, we review the day's event and think of what has happened and what has not happened and what we need to do for us to be able to succeed in this revolution. Thank you, comrades. And once again, I want to call upon you. There is no greater price to pay other than standing for our country, and let us honor our comrades that fell pay the ultimate price because of standing to fight for our country. If we leave this cause, we abandon it, we shall have let them down in magnitudes that can never be explained. And those proportions, we can never have words to define them. Thank you very much. May God bless you. Have a good evening, good night, good afternoon, wherever you are listening from. And let's keep doing this for the love of our country. Thank you. God bless you. God bless Kenya.
Thank you very much, Dr. Milton. Thank you for telling us to adopt various strategies to ensure that Jericho and the walls of Babylon fall, and that in all the activities we do, there must be a military objective. KOT, you've been given some flowers. You want to pick them now? KOT, any things you want to say in wrapping up?
Personally, I don't have much to say. I just want to call for unity. Let us plan and have major spaces and bring people on board to ensure that whatever we are planning for on 20th and onwards becomes a success. So, guys, just want to thank you all for tuning in on this space. And of course, we should be lining us with other hosts to ensure that we have major spaces. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hillary. I'm sure that call is noted, that KOT and yourself and other people who host spaces, you need to look at a strategic way of hosting one mega rally online. I think that would be nice. I want to give it to Abdi, but before I do that, I just want to say a couple of things in my closing. One is to thank Hillary and Abdi for having me to co-host with you. I think it's been interesting. We've engaged in discussion, some of it very intellectual, things that I'd really like to see or hear, and also, of course, moving us towards a Pan-African movement and serious development issues, which is anti-imperialist, and that's a very good conversation. But before then, we must remove these guys from power. We must dissolve parliament. And to get us there, number one, I think I had a couple of people say we must rise up. It is time to organize. We have agonized for too long, and we must have timelines. And I think there was a call that, if those people with relatives whose kidney, the patients are failing or failing to get kidney dialysis, or the parents of the 600 or 1,000 students, if all these people looked at this as a collective fight for the country and they all appeared in the streets in an organized manner, then this regime and the entire parliament will fall. The second thing I think I had to say is that the organizing needs to be structured, and the structuring needs a team effort. It's going to be team effort, and we'd agreed it could take the form of a huge political party or various political formations coming together. So I really think that point was noted. The third thing I wanted to say is that next week, Wednesday and Thursday, herald a new hope with the conversations around the impeachment of the deputy president. There is definitely hope there. Something is going to give in. Whatever gives in, I really think that Kenyans really need to pick it up in a way that is useful for us to construct this particular republic that we believe in. The fourth thing is I think we need to mobilize both politically and financially. And I think that point has been underscored very well with one of the last speakers. The fifth thing I'd like to say, we must identify the various forms of media to amplify the struggle. And the problem can only be solved by us. Thank you very much. And Abdi, please have the mic. God bless you. Have a good day. Have a good evening. And see you soon in the next space. Thanks.
Thank you everyone for attending. Thank you, Honorable Magneto, for co-hosting this space. And thank you to all our guest speakers. As we bring this important discussion to a close, I would say let's remember that the revolution is not about the work of a few, but is a collective journey that demands the commitments of every one of us. The struggle for social justice, I would say, and a better future is not just a passing moment, but a movement that lives within us all. This is a call to action for every one of us to stay engaged, to remain vigilant, to ensure that no one is left behind. I think our strength lies in our unity, in standing together across all the lines, whether age, tribe, gender, or political affiliation. I think the power of the people is stronger than any system that seeks to divide or oppress them. I would say let's ensure that this revolution is built on a foundation of inclusivity. Everyone has a role to play, and only by bringing all the voices to the table can we forge a path to a lasting change, whether in the streets or in a dialogue or young or old. We must all focus on our shared vision of a just, free, and equitable society. Thank you all for your passion, your insight, your dedication. Together, we will continue to push forward because the revolution cannot be stopped, and our resolve is, I think, is unbreakable. So I will hand over to Hillary to close and give his final remarks. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Abdi. Thank you so much, Neto and KT, Comrade Buka, Milton, Bonnie has left, and Nelson, and everybody else who was here. We want to thank you for this conversation. And I think our conversation is very, very categorically and also focused. Those people are coming in to disrupt, and you know what? They come at the last minute. That's the challenge. So we are just saying that let us remain focused. We know what we want as Kenyans, and that's way. Whoever coming in and is doing something wrong, whoever he is, we'll call his name and we'll say what he is doing. So it doesn't say that when you're doing something wrong, we love you, so we cannot call you out. We call you out, whoever you are. And these are the pressure points that we do every Sunday. So thank you much, Kyochi, for coming, and everybody else. And I've heard what we are saying, that we need to have unity. That's what we are crying for. But that unity will come without when we are much focused, we are working as a team and everything. But when we work because we need fame and everything, we'll not achieve all these things. All these things, these sacrifice, need major focus. And that one will help us as Kenyans. Otherwise, thank you so much, guys. I don't have much to say. Much has been said. We've been here more than 4 hours, and may God bless you. God have you until we meet again. Every Sunday we are here. And any space that is open, be focused. Let us be there and support each other. Thank you so much again, and may God bless you till we meet again.
Tunaingia vijijini, mijini na hata jijini kukuletea taarifa mchana kutwa. Usiku tunakaa kitako, tunadadavua tukichanganua taarifa na makala muhimu yanayokuhusu wewe na familia yako.
Nasikia watu wanasema baba ametusaliti. Between baba kutusaliti na sisi kusaliti baba, nani amesaliti mwingine?
Inapeangwa, it mostly goes to foreign ministries. So Baba is overqualified for that position.
To build this railways for Africa. So now he's thinking about tumemkataa kama baba wetu.
Unaweza kuwa kuna mtoto ulizaa, ukapatia nchi, ikuwe inamfanya vile inataka.
Uhuru has been working very hard. Ruto akaenda huko na nguvu. Ruto was never invited in the inauguration.
Ungana na Bernard Ngozi kwenye Open Forum Political Show kuanzia saa 4 usiku hadi dakika zake kila siku ya wiki kwenye Soundcard Talk.
Open Forum Political Discussion Show. The show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development.
Tukutane Soundcard Talk.